Go, 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 go. Back in that bit. On gang. On gang. Testing, testing. Three, two, three. Hold on. All right. Set it up. Yo, what's the word, my brother? What's the word with it? Okay. Yeah, I got back at like 9. I end up deciding what strand I'm gonna smoke on for the live stream. I decided to go with Mango Tango. I ain't gonna back to you. This strand I got rolled up though is ABC. I don't like it. I I don't like it. So yeah, I don't like this strand. I ain't gonna back. And it's not like it's bad. I just don't like the taste of it. You feel me? It's like the taste of this shit is kind of like crazy. How much hours of sleep you get? Well, we got off live at like 1, like almost 2 a.m. We got off live at like 1:30 ish. You feel me? I ended up letting out my dogs. I went to sleep at like 2:30. I woke up at 4:30. Then left out at like 5:30. So probably about like 2 hours. Probably about like 2 hours. That two. Okay, two. You feel me? I got me a coffee though. I don't know if that like really you feel me. Think two. Coffee. I get like one coffee in the morning to start my day and shit. Real deal. That's really about it. And then yeah, I just gotta repeat. Cause I ain't gonna back to you. The whole thing is I love live streaming. I love talking to y'all on gang. And it's like me, I'm the type of person, if I want to do something, I'm going to make sure I do it. Like, I'm just that type of individual. Like, if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. You feel me? And I'm still going to make sure shit get done as well. Like, I'm the type of nigga, bro. If I had to, I'd do a 12-hour shift at work to do a live stream if that's what it had to be. You feel me? But I just strategize on how I could be able to get everything done how I need to be. That's why I do the real early shifts. I get up early as hell because it's like now I just made some money already. So as soon as I start the day, make some money on gang. Off the back, I gotta make money. Then after I make some money, I can focus on my content. You feel me? I just gotta make sure I make money every day before I do my live streams. So I could be able to keep everything running and shit. So I'll be like, it's the sacrifice that I gotta take. You feel me? Because if I work later in the day, I have more sleep. But then I ain't gonna be able to be on live stream like I want on game. So it's really just shit, y'all. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Real deal. Just chopping it up with y'all niggas and shit. I ain't gonna back to you because if I wasn't trying to live stream, I'd damn near you feel me be able to get more sleep and shit. If I wasn't trying to live stream and shit. And then I gotta make them TikTok videos too. I gotta make TikTok videos. So I ain't gonna. It's like I'm the whole 24 hours of my day. I damn near gotta use like the whole 24 every day. Like I gotta, yeah. Like I work, then I would live stream, then I do TikTok, Then I gotta do housework. Like I gotta cut the grass and shit. But it's raining today, so I ain't gonna cut the grass today. But the next day, I think it's gonna be nice tomorrow, so I gotta cut the grass tomorrow and shit. But yeah, I just gotta manage my time and shit. Yeah, my wireless charger is not fucking working. Oh, it's working now on game. But how y'all day going, my niggas? What time is it inside the UK? Is there any UK people up in it bit? What time is it in the UK? Hey, this ABC strand not that bad. Now that I'm hearing it, bro, it's kind of not that bad. Nah, it's still bad. It's still bad. But it's not bad to like where you can't smoke it. It's just like I'm used to smoking shit that actually I like to smoke. So it's like this, like you feel me? It's not bad to where you can't smoke it, but I just prefer to smoke like the strands that I actually like. You feel me? Something that tastes good. The high is not bad though. I fucks with the high. It got like a I don't know how to explain the fucking taste. How can I explain the taste? I ain't gonna back to you. I can't even. I don't know how to explain this shit. It's like I honestly don't know. They said top five was snitching, according to Presser. It got like a peppery type. You feel me? I don't know how to explain it. It's actually it's like it's weird. But it's not like I don't really know how to explain it though, because it's not really pepper. Oh yeah, I think someone did say that shit. Someone did say I forgot who said that shit. Someone said they had no someone's out the comments. Someone's in the comments was like they ass just got robbed in the video that I did about the most about K Money and them. They like, oh yeah, they ass just got robbed. Damn. As soon as I made a little video on them, I gotta be bad luck. I gotta be bad luck, bro. Cause how they ain't get robbed as soon as I make a reaction to them, now they getting robbed, bro. I think it might be my fault, gang. I'm sorry. I think it might be my fault, gang. I ain't going back to you, bro. This is kind of crazy, bro. As soon as I do a K Money reaction and Casper and no reaction, now they getting robbed, bro. I just said these the most dangerous light skins, bro. I just said they the most dangerous light skins, bro. And now they getting robbed. What the fuck? I look bad now. I look, bro. I look bad now, nigga. I'm over here talking about these niggas the most dangerous light skins. Then a couple days later, these niggas get fucked up. What the fuck? How the fuck I man? I damn near finna have to change the title up now. I'm finna have to change the title up now, bro, because it's like nigga, y'all boy, I ain't gonna back to you. I'm gonna say this why light skins look bad. Okay, that's gonna be the title. This why light skins look bad now. Who are you, bro? I'm Don Dobie the third on game. Don Dobie the third. Now, if that name don't ring bells to you, bro, do your research on Don Dobie the third on game. Now do your research on game. No one wants you back, G. Bro, I'm Don Dobie the third. Who are you? Who are you? That's the real question, brother. No one know you on game. I could guarantee more people know me than you. 100%. We don't even gotta count all my social medias. We don't even gotta count we could count my lowest social media platform, which is probably YouTube. Now Instagram. Instagram is my lowest. My lowest platform still, I'm still more known to you, brother. Real deal. I ain't gonna bap to you, gang. I don't even think you ever got 100,000 views before, my brother. I ain't gonna bap to you, gang. You over whooping now. I don't know who the fuck Birdie is. Hey, you ever went on the dark web? Yeah, yeah, gang. But it's not like what people saying. Like lots of that shit be like the dark web. When you first get onto it, bro, it's gonna be lots of shit just to finesse people that don't really know about the dark web for real. You really gotta like really you gotta think about it. The dark web really is lots of finesse and shit going on. Like niggas be thinking they getting some shit just cause they on the dark web, boy. Lots of them sites be finesse sites for niggas that's trying to do some shit they don't really know nothing about for real. Like damn near the first couple, if you just type something up and you just go to the first thing you see, you damn near gonna get finessed. I ain't gonna back to you. Real deal. Real deal. I ain't gonna back. But it ain't like that like yeah, lots of that shit be boy. Finesse like I be trying to tell people, boy, you go on that bitch, boy, you gotta remember. This shit is for the niggas that don't follow the rules. So take that into consideration before you try to do any business with anyone up on there. These is niggas that's on this bitch because they don't follow rules. They untrustworthy people. That's the whole reason they up on this bitch right now, bro. So shit, niggas just need to remember that shit before they hop up on that bitch. You see, go. Why you stop responding, gang? Every time when I speak facts, y'all stop saying shit. That shit be crazy. Uh. Bro, I haven't said nothing, bro. After I responded back, bro, I was like, bro, this be crazy. Yeah, bro. Damn near left, bro. Them motherfuckers be saying shit, bro. Just be bapping. Bapping, bro. Gotta roll up that shit. Roll up that dog 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 shit. Hey, roll up that dog shit. Roll up that dog shit. I gotta finish that motherfucking Casper video. Okay. And Lester, he over here dropping back to back. What is Lester on, bro? Lester came back. Folks that's trying to get that money on. Bro, chat. My cousin was talking to me about like, oh yeah, that streaming university and all that shit. He be like, react to that. I'm be like, bro, my people don't give a fuck about that shit, gang. I tell niggas, bro, if I get to playing the UK video and then I turn it off, well, once that UK video go in and I get to playing some constant, bro, niggas gonna get to leave. I be trying to tell them, boy, my people don't give a fuck about that shit. Real deal. And I told them, shit, I don't even give a fuck about that shit for real. That casting that's why I didn't sign up for no streaming university, none of that shit. They be like, yeah, you can react to it. That shit get views. You like, nigga, you always just turning shit down without trying it. Nigga. How the fuck you talking about motherfucking streaming university and shit? Yo, what's the word? My brethren in arms. Like, what the fuck was even going on in streamers university? Nah, I don't even know. Like, I don't. Did y'all watch that streaming university shit? Well, y'all ain't watched that shit. I'm assuming y'all niggas. No, I'm talking about like go out your way to watch it, nigga. Like not motherfucking clips. I seen clips of that shit. That's how I know about the shit. But I'm talking about, nigga, go and actually type in streamer university and watch that shit. That's what I mean by watch that shit, because I seen thousands of clips of that shit, bro. But I have not one time typed in streamers university. That's what I mean by going out the way to watch that shit. I ain't gonna bap to you. Ah, yeah, niggas, you feel me? You see, that's what I'm saying, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. We on the same type of page. That's why y'all fucking with me. Cause I ain't typing that shit up either, gang. But I told my cousin and shit. I'm like, nigga, if we go live, nigga, I want to show you UK shit, nigga. I told him, niggas don't want to see that constant shit. I'm like, niggas want to see that, but not the people that fuck with me. But I don't blame y'all. I don't blame y'all. You feel me? And it's like, it's cool. Like the clips be funny and shit. Like if the clips and shit pop up, I'll watch the clips. But to watch that shit, animal cookies. I know y'all got these in the UK. Okay. No, the clips, they be funny. But it's like, I ain't gonna back to you. I feel like the entertainment that they like is not the same type of entertainment. Cause you feel me? Look, if they was in that bitch like hot boxing, flaming up and smoking and shit, I think I'd be able to watch it because that type of shit. Like, if niggas out there having fun and shit, like high talks, like if niggas getting high as hell talking and shit, I watch that. Niggas get to screaming around doing TikTok dances and shit. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it. Okay. But Agent, I was fucking with his clips. Like the niggas that be giving game, I fucks with that. But nigga, but them little streamers, I can't relate to none of them. I ain't gonna bap to you. Like real deal. I feel like the problem is, and like I was telling my cousin, lots of these streamers, these little streamers, is just trying to mimic and replicate what they see the mainstream niggas doing. Just because it's busted. Or they don't know how to interact with motherfuckers at all. They ain't confidence in themselves on game. Some niggas ain't confident in themselves to do something different. Niggas probably want to do some other shit, but they feel like, I don't know, niggas don't believe in themselves. Cause I seen some clips, niggas was scared, bro. They was acting like them niggas was really bigger than them. You feel me? Niggas act like, I ain't gonna back to you. Listen, even if you support a nigga, you don't act like a nigga bigger than you though. Real deal. And that's where they fucked up at right there. You feel me? That's why they was scared. They was scared, they was nervous, cause they, oh yeah, these niggas bigger than me. Boy, them niggas ain't no different from me or you. I ain't gonna back to you. You feel me? Adam, my boy, what's the word? The only difference is, bro, they got thousands of millions of people watching them. And they get to pay for that shit. But outside of that, bro, niggas ain't no different. And they look at it like that, bro. Their mindset would be they want to be nervous around these niggas. You feel me? Man, appreciate it, my brother. But I ain't gonna back. I don't know, man. The streaming university shit, it was a good idea though. But lots of them niggas, from what I'm seeing, niggas can't be they self. Shut your big head ass up. Man, I'm finna cook your uh if you slide out there. Shit, this auto motherfucking texter. And tell folks ass I don't know if he trying to pull up. This auto just took. Like he even taking. Well, yo, blood. Yeah, I was gonna say, nigga, I'm streaming right now. I don't know if you want to pull up and hop in this bitch. Alright, 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 bet. Cause I was gonna get done probably around like shit. Probably gonna get off probably around like motherfucking 4. Yeah. Yeah, I'm already on this bitch, so shit. Just hit the line where you on the way. All right, look. Yo, what's the word, my brother? Yeah, that nigga Otto finna pull up. Well, he gonna pull up in like an hour or so on game. Shit. But that give me enough time to get the reactions I need to finish too, cause I gotta finish some shit that I started. Mm, Duck take them glasses. It's screaming broke ninja. Oh my god, gang. Like who are you, brother? You mad, bro? That I got, bro. My glasses on the face really be making y'all do all this, gang? Crazy. Nigga, first of all, my insurance cover this shit. Nigga, I just paid 200 something dollars for one tire. One tire that blew out. Pretty sure I could afford to get some glasses. But it's covered under my insurance. I just don't give a fuck, nigga. That's the whole thing about me and you. Niggas give a fuck. That's why they can't pop out and do this. Boy, I walk outside with these bitches on, gang. I would talk to a bitch with these bitches on, gang. What the fuck? I never had to care about any of that shit, gang. I never had to care about shit like that, bro. When you that nigga, bro, you don't gotta care about shit like that. That shit that nigga says not that nigga gotta care about, bro. You is not that nigga, so you can't, boy, what the fuck? Yes, I could have broke ass, crooked glasses and still walk out this bitch, talk to females, all that shit, gang. You see, I'm making videos and this shit for the whole world to see. Nigga, what the fuck? I don't give no fucks. What the fuck, nigga, stink? Obviously, my mama tell me this shit look bogus as hell. My mama, pops, all of them tell me this shit, gang. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck? I ain't going back to you, nigga. That's what you gotta understand, bro. When you meet a real nigga that don't give a fuck, you will see. You will just see. You feel me? Like you could tell a nigga that really don't give a fuck, bro. Y'all could tell by my actions how I move. I don't give a fuck. Like I entertain shit. You feel me? Because it's a live stream. I gotta entertain it. But honestly, bro, do you really think I give two a nigga that got tape on their glasses? Do you think I honestly give two shits, nigga? Two shits about that's like really think about it, gang. You know I don't give a fuck, bro. I got crooked ass glasses on this bitch with a Tom and Jerry shirt on. What the fuck, nigga? You should know I don't give no fucks, gang. Especially about a random goofy like you. What the fuck? You's a non-factor in every aspect of life, nigga. You will be a nobody in your past life, nigga. You was a nobody in your past life. You get reincarnated as a nobody. You will always be that, gang. And a nigga that put tape on his glasses will be better than you. That shit crazy. Nah, I'm just in here just motherfucking fucking with him and shit, bro. Like once I start the reactions and shit, I don't even entertain that shit. Like if you look at this shit, when I do my reactions, niggas don't even say they just stop trying to troll and shit. Cause I don't even entertain them when I start the reactions and shit. Like I just entertain these niggas, the goofies, when I'm talking and shit. Like I only respond to actual questions and shit in the live stream. Niggas that's talking about the video and shit when I'm doing the reactions on game. All that other shit, bro, I just entertain them because you know this just talk time shit. Yo, my boy Big Louie, what's the word? But nigga, bro, he ain't the first person, bro. Someone else said something about the glasses. And that's why I honestly been keeping them too. Cause you know me, I ain't gonna back to you. Shit, I want niggas to say shit, bro. That give me more content, nigga. That's why you heard me say a nigga want to say, oh yeah, cause I say Central C, the best UK drill rap. Oh yeah, you got Central C posters. I don't. But now I'm finna get a Central C poster, bro, because I see that make people aggravated. Like if I can make you aggravated and like, nigga, if that shit make you feel some type of way for you to comment and all that shit about me said that about Central C and my glasses, that mean I'm doing something right, bro. That's how I look at it, bro. Real deal. If I'm capable of making a nigga to say all that bullshit off of me not giving a fuck, like me, I don't give two fucks. And if I'm capable of making you do that shit, you feel me? That's motherfucking I won. Cause obviously, if I didn't want y'all niggas to talk and I didn't give a fuck, I would take off my glasses. Cause I make TikTok videos without my glasses, so I can make videos without my glasses. Obviously, I wear them because I know it would get people to talk more. I'm just smarter than most people. I could go get my glasses fixed right now. But why would I do that when these bitches work for free and I'm gonna get more engagement for wearing these motherfuckers? More engagement just for wearing tape on my glasses. You feel me? Niggas gonna stop niggas. Nigga commenting, a nigga that don't know me, don't watch none of my videos at all, will literally stop and comment just because they see me wearing tape with glasses. Real deal. And that's when I know I gotta keep these hoes on. A nigga that don't, but I get people to stop and be like, what the fuck this nigga got going on? Like, that's the whole point that I be wanting people. I don't want people to motherfucking, like the people that's in the live stream, I want y'all niggas to understand me. But niggas that watch my videos, I don't want them to understand me. On game, that's why I say shit about like Central C, the biggest gangster, and this, that. I don't want the people in the videos to understand me because now they're gonna have a date. They're gonna be. I'm just like to fuck up their head, gang. Real deal. I like to fuck up people's head. I ain't gonna bap to you. That's why I've been like shit. The people in my reactions ain't gonna know that we talked about getting a Central C poster just to make them mad. These niggas just gonna see a nigga with broke ass glasses and a Central C poster in the background talking about Central C is the best rapper. They don't know that I'm doing this just to get their ass to comment. But y'all know. Y'all gonna know. You feel me? But I don't care if they think I'm goofy and shit because nigga, who the fuck are they? Nigga, we don't give a fuck about them. Y'all don't give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about them. So why the fuck you feel me? On game. But I'll let y'all know what the fuck going on. But I don't care to even let them niggas know what the fuck going on. We just gonna keep on trolling them niggas. On game, all the goofies, bro. We just gonna keep on trolling them. I'm gonna, you see, y'all know, boy, what the fuck? Central C posted that shit goofy as hell. But when I be on these reaction videos, I'm, boy, look at my Central C poster. He the best rapper in the world. That's why I got this. Fuck up their head inside the reactions and shit. These niggas gonna go crazy over that shit, bro. They, oh my gosh, how dare you? You a baddie man. You a baddie man. On game. That shit be so funny to me though. I ain't gonna back to you. That shit be funny. Real deal. I was gonna give away the Central C poster after I got done using it. But y'all ain't gonna want it. I don't know if someone want it. We gonna send the Central C poster out, and I got to get a top 5 poster too, and E1 on the top. We gonna get an E1 poster. I feel like E1 and Central C poster. That's what's gonna really fuck up people's head. They're gonna be like, why the fuck this nigga got E1 up on this wall? Yo, what's the word? I gotta get an E1 picture, bro. Boom. I'm finna tell my mama to print out a Central C. Nah, my mama gonna be like, why the fuck are you printing out a Central C and E1 picture? I'm gonna be like, mama, I'm doing this for the live stream. You need a Central C picture, print it out, and E1. ASAP. And I'm gonna use the picture of Central C with that Draco on game. On game. Get one of Diddy, that's diabolical. But you see, the thing is, with Diddy, I don't want them to know that I'm trolling. You feel me? Because if I get to saying R. Kelly, P. Diddy, oh yeah, he trolling. But when I get to talking about E1 Central C to the UK people, they like, this nigga really believe that shit. Like in the UK people here, bro, they really believe that I think Central C is the greatest rapper of all time and he's a super savage. Like they really think I believe this shit, bro. And it's like, if I get to doing P. Diddy art, yeah, this nigga bapping. But they really believe this shit, bro. Like, shit. All right. Okay. Niggas get to commenting, talking about, nigga, do your research. Central C haven't touched nobody a day. Nigga, I did research on Central C. I know he haven't did nothing to nobody on game, but they don't, nigga, I don't think they understand, like, nigga, we watch Trap Lou Raw videos, bro. Trap Lou Raw already told us Central C is a goofy. If you watch Trap Lou Raw videos, you know Central C is a goofy. You feel me? But if them niggas can't comprehend that I know, then that's on them, bro. That's on them at this point. Bro, the Mona Duke, bro, I don't know if I even want to watch this Mona Duke shit. Do you think we should watch that Mona Duke shit, bro? That Trap Lou Raw made? Because I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think I'm fucked up in the head, bro. I'm only starting to only do European and Canadian countries now. European and Canada, bro. Like I get to see an American video for the reaction, because you see, I watch like the infographic show and shit. We know that shit ain't gonna go up. It's Chicago content. It is Chicago content, but it's like, I ain't gonna back to you, gang. Shit, I'm starting to hate America. I don't like the people out here. I don't, but the UK people been making me mad too, bro. And the Canadians. But America, bro, it's just like, bro, I got America fatigue, bro. Real deal, bro. I'm tired of America. I'm tired of American people, nigga. Shit crazy now, bro. Okay. I don't want to be American no more. The Canadians, yeah, bro. Motherfuckers text me, bro. A Canadian motherfucker from Toronto. General know the nigga. General know because the nigga was tweaking. The nigga, and General from Canada. General from Canada. This nigga gonna call me a fucking goofy, bro. All types of shit because I said top 5 is not like that. I said top 5 is not like that. Bro is literally commenting 3-4 paragraphs under my post. Top 5, is that you broke, speaking on the rapper that got more money than you. Nigga, you got his meat in your mouth, gang. Like, bro, calm down. And it's like, gang, I don't even think no one even listen to top 5, and then he gonna tell me that y'all be lying when y'all. He said any Canadian that said they don't like top 5 is lying. Words of Toronto motherfuckers. That's General can vouch. General, you heard the nigga say that shit. Cause General said top 5 is ass. Boy, no one don't even fuck with where you from. He told General his whole Canadian city is a goofy. They don't fuck with them over there, and that's why he don't like top 5. I'm damn. What happened to your glasses? Got beaten up? Yeah, bro. Someone jumped me at Little Caesars, bro. Yesterday I went to Little Caesars and I got jumped. And they took my pizza and they broke my glasses. They were like, yeah, before we take your pizza, give me them glasses. I handed him the glasses and he threw them on the ground. I picked them back up and put tape up on them. You feel me? I be like, you can't break my soul, bro. You can only break my glasses. Give me the food stamps. Food stamps? Nigga, you give me the food stamps on game. You give me the food stamps. Yeah. Yeah, this happened yesterday, bro. No, this happened yesterday, gang. Real deal yesterday. Uh huh. Oh man, I got caught lacking. That's how it be when you get caught lacking. Oh, so you think I just eat fried? First of all, gang, I don't really like fried chicken like that. The black community actually talk about me because I don't know how to eat chicken correctly. They be like, look at all that meat on the bones and shit. Well, maybe because I like tacos. Have you thought about that? Have you ever fucking thought about that? Maybe I like tacos and steaks and lobster and shit. I don't fucking like chicken. What the nigga? You think everybody just like fried? I like grilled chicken, nigga. Grilled chicken that's unseasoned on gang. Stop fucking playing with me, gang. You don't know me. This just be crazy, bro. Motherfuckers just assume that I like chicken. But gang, I can man, anyone who know me know I can't even eat chicken for real. What the fuck? Nigga, bro. I do like chicken though, but not fried chicken, gang. I do like the party wings. Like the party wings chicken. I like the party wing style, like the barbecue that I don't even be messing with fried chicken like that, bro. Don't and then Kool-Aid. Well, I don't like Kool-Aid, nigga. I haven't had Kool-Aid since nigga a long time, bro. I don't drink that shit. First of all, nigga, I don't drink sink water. Let's start there, gang. I haven't drank sink water in motherfucking. I ain't gonna bet to you. Like I haven't drank sink water in like a very long time, but down there like probably about like 6 years, bro. 6 years. No sink water. If I did do Kool Aid, I have to get it like a jug of like water or something, cause I don't drink sink water. Okay. Then we need to install a well. Mm-hmm. Oh, you so funny. You thought you was hilarious, huh? I ain't gonna back to you, bro. You see, the African jokes don't really work with me, bro. Like you see, like people will kind of look at you goofy for trying to say African jokes with me because it's like, nigga, he don't even look African. He don't look African. Like those jokes only work. Like you can only use those jokes with certain types of people. Like that's how I know you's a goofy that don't know how to roast people. You don't know how to roast people, my brother. You not high level roasting status, bro. You was a cornball, a goofy on game. You trying to use an African joke on the lightest motherfucker you see. That shit wild as hell, bro. You lose points, cornball. On game. Now, if you would have said that joke to Otto, if you would have said that joke to Otto, it probably would have been a little bit better because Otto is dark. Otto is dark. So it would have made sense a little more. You feel me? But nigga, you fucked up, bro. Like nigga, they like nigga. If you would have said that shit in school, gang, motherfuckers would have been like, nigga, he damn near just made it as black. They would have said, folks, the house. Folks was in the house. The joke that I always heard was, I was in the house on game. That's what I always heard. I was a porch. I was a porch. Woo woo. The point. You feel me? So it's like that's what I'm saying, gang. Like you don't even know for real, bro. Like you not enhanced and roasted. Like anyone who roast would have said like, oh yeah, like porch monkey or something like that, gang. Real deal. On game. Come on now. You not experienced with roasting, bro. On game. You a novice. Boy, you wouldn't survive. You wouldn't have survived inside my middle school era. You wouldn't have survived in my middle school era, bro. My middle school, bro, boy, you would have got cooked. You would have went home, bro. You would have been, boy, with them weak jokes, bro. Everybody would have got to cooking you, gang. Everybody, you would have made it, bro. I know you was out of goofy school, bro. With those type of jokes that you said, bro, you go to a goofy school, gang. Cause it ain't no way they allow you to say jokes like this unless they goofies, bro. You should know better. You should have known better by now, bro. On game, you not around those people for real. On game. Nah, bro. Now you talking about all that other stuff, bro. Get your skills up. Come with better jokes next time, and maybe you feel me? You failed miserably on game. What the fuck? At least with the other guy, whoosh, he said, "I'll make you my servant." Okay, that's a little bit more you being a light skin, being a servant, than being an African person. On game, even though both of them still racist jokes, but at least he know how to put the right racist jokes together. You don't know how to do that at all, bro. On game, you was a goofy. Get your jokes up, brother. Get your jokes up. I'm very disappointed. You thought you was coming in this bitch saying some shit, bro? Boy, yo ass bogus as hell, man. Nah, bro, you gotta if you gonna say racist jokes, at least come correct, bro. Come correct, gang. You feel me? I'm light skinned. You could have said, "Oh, you be in the house cleaning master shoe. You over here doing you. You could have said so many other things, bro. You could have said, "Oh, you inside master letter. You use his computer inside right now after clean the house." You could have said so many other things, bro. You see, you not built like me, yeah. You is not built like me, bro. That's why you can't come with no good jokes for real, bro. You gotta do better, bro. You gotta do better, gang. I would have been like, boy, I see Master let you hop on the computer. They gave you Wi-Fi, huh? They gave you Wi-Fi. Master gave a Wi-Fi. On game, boy, you not even doing good, bro. Be like, boy, you worked hard to get that Wi-Fi. Huh. On game. You cleaned the whole house. On game. You could have hit me with that, boy. Boy, I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed right now, bro. Now I gotta hit this. Because I'm disappointed. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You because I'm black, you was trying to play that little African joke talking about, oh, I gotta walk to go get my water and stuff. You can't say that joke on a light skinned person, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It just didn't work. Now the Kool-Aid and the fried chicken, okay, I gave you a pass on that one because I'm still black. But you to hit me with the like I'm just in Africa now. Now you going too far, gang. Now you going too far. Like if Otto was here, say that joke for Otto or something, bro. On game. But now you can't even use it no more because you used it on me. So if you try to say it again, bro, you're gonna look even more goofy. Nah, bro. Nah, I knew what the fuck you meant, nigga. Cause it ain't no way you said I had to walk 10 miles to get my water. And then you said motherfucking I like fried chicken and Kool-Aid. I know what the fuck you meant when you said I had to go walk to get some water, was you said I like fried chicken and Kool-Aid. On gang, if you didn't add the fried chicken and Kool-Aid part, I probably wouldn't have even known for real, bro. But you over here, I know the route you try to go down when you hit me with the generic fried chicken and Kool-Aid joke. On gang, I put two and two together. Hey, what did he say? Folks hit me with the I had to walk 10 miles to get my water, and I like fried chicken and Kool-Aid. Oh, so why did you just throw it at me like I'm just eating fried chicken and Kool-Aid? You try to flip the script. You try to flip the script now. He try to flip the script talking about, oh yeah, fried chicken and Kool-Aid so good. Oh, okay. Okay. Nah, brother, you're not getting the pass now, bro. We know what you meant. Now you trying to backpedal and stuff because you see that everybody getting on that with you because of the weak jokes on game. I know you Caucasian. You gotta be white. I know you white for sure. A black person would never say that joke. Black people don't eat KFC like that for real in America. KFC is more so for it's Caucasian fried chicken. Yeah, bro. KFC is Caucasian fried chicken. Like KFC used to be good back in the day. At one point, KFC used to be good. Don't get me wrong, it used to be good. But now that's Caucasian fried chicken. I ain't gonna no, I'm telling you the truth, gang. I'm telling you the truth, bro. Black folk, our community don't. I could tell you who you is just off of you saying it, because no person in the black community would have said no joke like that, gang. They ain't gonna back to you, bro. That shit crazy to say KFC. That's why I'm saying KFC. Like, bro, what the fuck? Niggas will go to Sharks, Harold's, Popeyes. Nigga, it's some nigga. I drive past KFC faithfully every I drive straight past that shit, bro. I haven't dared stop in that motherfucker, boy. I see that shit and be like, damn, they ass still in business. But every time I drive past that shit, I be like, damn, why the fuck is niggas in line? And then I see straight Caucasians there. That's why it's in business. That's why it's in business. That's how I figured it out. Cause I'm like, it ain't no way no one just come into this, bro. Bro, you know how black people get the box of Popeyes? They get the box of KFC, gang. Real deal, bro. That's the difference right there. The Caucasians, they getting a box of KFC. And that's the cheap meal for the Caucasians, a box of KFC, gang. Polio Kamba. I don't even know what the fuck polio Kambala is. Palma. Now you see every time when we get on that with you, you try to change it up, bro. You trying to change it up now. Every time someone get on that with you, now he trying to change it up, bro. Okay, don't have an 8 KFC in a long ass time, bro. I can't even remember the boy. You better stop that shit, bro. Motherfucking a Hispanic chicken spot. What the fuck? I never heard no shit like that a day in my life. A Hispanic, what they cooking fried chicken, gang? They cooking fried chicken or they cooking like a different style of chicken? Cause that's gonna be crazy. A Hispanic fried chicken spot. I never heard of that shit. If that's what it is, bro. That's at Florida. You in Florida though, Ghost. You in Florida though. I ain't gonna back to you. Motherfucking Chinese food, bro. Chinese food, motherfucking I fucks with it, but it's been starting to taste like weird as shit. Sometimes I like shrimp fried rice and all that, but it's like I'm not gonna bab to you. That shit low key, like it depends on the spot. Cause sometimes it'd be busting, and then other times that shit would be like, man, am I eating a fucking rat? Am I eating a mouse? Like that's you get to thinking that shit, bro, and it's like, nah, you just don't know anymore. What are you talking about? Yeah, I ain't gonna cap to you. The orange chicken was a little bit chewy, too chewy the last time I went to get some Chinese food. It was a little bit too chewy. And that's why I'm been like, I don't know. I don't think I could do Chinese food no more after that, bro. After it did that shit, bro, like why the fuck that shit was so chewy? And bro, and the crazy part about it, bro, I used to talk shit about Panda Express because I used to say Panda Express is just generic Chinese food. But I will say the Panda Express meat, no Diddy, is like they cook it better than what they with the wrap. But I feel like they rice, the Chinese food, shrimp fried rice and shit be better though. But I feel like the the meat at Panda Express ain't like, you feel me. I don't feel like I'm eating a rat. You feel me? When I go to a Chinese spot, I feel like I'm eating a rat, cats, dogs. You feel me? But I did used to hate on Panda Express, and because I made a video on TikTok. Niggas get on my ass. It's in Illinois. I had to do my research on that, if it is. But I made a video about the most generic spots. Like I would never go to these shits, and I end up going to it because lots of niggas got on my ass, bro. So I'm like, I gotta check it out. I didn't even eat Panda Express, but I said, boy, that shit generic bullshit. I tried it. It was pretty good. Taco Bell said that shit is off-brand Hispanic food, bogus as shit. It's still pretty good, but like yeah, I feel like I look at like you feel me. I'll probably go to Panda Express more than a regular Chinese spot now because I don't trust them Chinese spots. But I motherfucking go to a taco place over Taco Bell. But if ain't nothing open, I go to Taco Bell. Are you related to bro? Who the fuck is Nicholas Ivan, bro? I ain't gonna bap to you. I don't be knowing people like that. If I go to Chicago takeaway, I get salt and chili munching box, big pizza filled with salt and chili chips. Whoa, what the fuck? Nigga, where the fuck you get that at in Chicago? Nigga, where the fuck you get that shit at in Chicago, gang? Like, you said, nigga, nigga, wait, salt and chili munching box, big ass pizza filled with salt and chili. Oh, I'm tweaking, gang. I'm tweaking. I thought you said when you go to Chicago. I just did a quick glance. Folks said if you go to Chicago takeaway, um, he just said Chicago takeaway. I just continue in. Damn brother, what the fuck they got going on out here? Like nigga, this what you be getting when you come to Chicago? I didn't know about that. I ain't gonna bap to you. But I misread it. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. I misread it, bro. You had to be chilling with Justin for a minute. But that's diabolical. Bro, oh, Jack up in this bitch, bro. What you been on, Jack, my boy? Jack, my boy, what you been on? I could tell you only white people eat Taco Bell. I know Hispanics, bro, hate Taco Bell with a passion, bro. Hispanics, bro, you tell a Hispanic you finna get some tacos and they say, oh, what place? And you say Taco Bell, the Hispanics down there gonna disown you. Getting Taco Bell is as bad as getting motherfucking a taco with flour and ground beef. if you eat a flour and ground beef taco, bro, like what the fuck are you doing with your life? And I be telling Otto that shit too, like nigga, I know you black gang, like because boy, you eating a flour and ground beef taco. What the fuck? That shit is just crazy, gang. And my mama used to make that shit, bro. I didn't know no better at the time, bro. Till I started going around my Hispanic people. Once I started going around my Hispanic people, I understand what I was doing was wrong and disgraceful to the Hispanic community on game. I never got a flour motherfucking taco with ground beef again, bro. On game. That's disrespectful to the Hispanic culture at this point, bro. Why would you do something like that, gang? Real deal. Um, yeah, I feel like everybody got cause I got taco spots. I ain't going to no Taco Bell because there's so many spots I could go to that have tacos and shit. It's like shit. Why the fuck would I go to Taco Bell for real? On game. And you know me, I'm willing to try a random Hispanic spot. One place I did get fucked up by. Tried that shit, bro. I was fucked up. Damn, bro. What the fuck was in this, bro? They must have used that bullshit, bro. That lengua. On gang, on you, cause you know, Ghost he be eating that lengua, that lingua on gang. However you say it, Ghost be eating that lingua. And General too. I believe General be eating that lingua too. I'm gonna make homemade tacos and go to Taco Bell. But what about that Doritos Locos Tacos? Yeah, now you like damn the Doritos Locos Tacos? Yeah, bro. What about that shit? Now you over here looking like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Oh, so you be eating languan? You be eating that in general? Ghost be eating that shit, bro. On game, he be eating that linguan salad, linguan burger. On game, Ghost get everything linguan. On game, on his birthday, he only eat linguan. On game, that's what he do for his birthday. He been doing this celebration for 2 years now. Linguan everything on game. Ever since he turned 18. Linguan everything on his birthday. Real deal. Nigga, but what about the linguan? What about the linguan, bro? You be eating the linguan. General be eating the linguan too, bro. On game. Bro, Jack, bro. Jack, Jack, you just be saying stuff, bro. Talking about, bro. All right, Jack, bro. All right, brother. All right, brother. I ain't going back to you. You know, not a lot. But I eat it if I'm on my plate. Ah, that's crazy. Still eating Lagwan, gang. That's still like pretty crazy. I feel like Lagwan is like the equivalent of eating chitlins. Actually, no, chitlins is probably worse. Chitlins is worse, but it's like nigga cow tongue. That shit crazy. I ain't gonna back you. Move that diesel. What's his name? Mana Duke. Mana Duke. Right. Dang. Come on, fat, bro. Come on, bro. Just get down, bro. Just push the whole stuff back, bro. Tweak. I love chicken strips and fried pork trick. Faux soup. No, I ain't eating no faux soup, nigga. Hey, you talking about faux soup? Oh, damn. Appreciate the gift. Appreciate it, my brother. Much love. FL be tweaking. That's what I be saying, bro. Faux soup. Rappers keep on getting unalived back to back to back, specifically in Chicago, but it's happening all over the world. I don't know why. Is Mana Duke a rapper? I believe he's a rapper, but if he's not a rapper, he's connected with lots of rappers, so that's why I assumed he's a rapper. And unfortunately, he passed away. If y'all ain't know, he's someone that got D-Thing baby mama pregnant. D-Thing is Lil Durk brother, if you ain't know, you feel me? So this probably gonna be a crazy story. I know he got lots of stuff going on, you feel me?
Early morning hours of Saturday the 10th of May 2025, another tragedy would strike in the streets of Chicago. At 1:20 a.m, a group of people were leaving a Chicago barbecue restaurant and bar when suddenly shots rang out. 3 men would be hit, with 2 of them passing away later in hospital and the 3rd miraculously surviving. Shocking footage of injured people lying on the ground was recorded by passers-by and would later circulate on the internet and social media.
Yeah.
The video.
How come I don't never get to see the videos? Like, I don't never. These videos, I remember, bro, these used to pop up all the time, bro. And I used to see it. Now I don't never see the videos, bro. And everybody else be seeing the videos. How he from the UK and he seen this video and I didn't even see the video.
The video was captioned that stuff can get wild in Chicago, but that was an understatement, as 2 days after this brazen double homicide, the Chicago Sun-Times newspaper would reveal that one of the men killed was a leader of one of the most notorious gangs in Chicago history, O-Block, a notorious faction of the larger Black Disciples.
The most notorious gang in Chicago history? You overwhooping it. You is overwhooping. I promise you, bro. No one in Chicago would say O-Block is the most dangerous, notorious hood ever. I promise you. And it's not even like me trying to be on no hating stuff. You feel me? It's just real deal. You would never. I'm pretty sure O-Block probably don't even think this. Real deal, bro. They know. Everybody know that like O-Block is just the projects. You feel me? I wouldn't say like it's more dangerous or worse than any other hood. I know some hoods is most definitely worse, but I know I wouldn't say it's like super dangerous. You feel me? Like it's dangerous because it's in the hood, but not how y'all be trying to make it sound though.
Disciples street gang. The article recognized one of the people hit as Mana Duke, real name Rashawn Vance, as an associate of the infamous drill rapper and O-Block's most prominent member, King Von, whilst also mentioning how Duke himself had actually been identified as one of the head honchos of the O-Block criminal enterprise during the trial of the so-called O-Block 6, a deadly hit squad that had been convicted for racketeering and murder of the popular gangster disciple rapper FBG Duck. Mana Duke and King Von went way back, and while Von has been worshipped as O-Block's most vicious shooter, allegedly getting away with 7 murders before becoming a rapper and losing his life suddenly in 2020, when King Von was writing his lyrics, he would identify Duke as one of his most effective hitmen, giving him the menacing nickname King Kong. With Duke's name being attached to up to 4 gruesome murders in O-Block's gang war, he was not only a feared gangster, but he was also a veteran of the gang war in Chicago, having survived over a decade of violence and outliving many of his most famous peers.
You see, and that's what I be trying to say, bro. They be trying to overwhoop the O-Block stuff, bro. What you saying that happened goes on, and I ain't gonna bap to you. I would say, shit, Terrortown got that name for a reason, bro. Like, Terrortown was like something that the Chicagoans gave that name to. You feel me? Out-of-state people is giving O-Block this title. You feel me? Ain't nobody, honestly, bro, real deal, if you wasn't beefing with O-Block and you didn't personally know nobody from O-Block, bro, you probably wouldn't know what's going on in O-Block. You wouldn't hear about them. Lots of people start hearing about O-Block when y'all start hearing about O-Block. Real deal, bro. Lots of people did not know about O-Block until y'all start finding out. Of course, we knew about it, but have people talking about it, we didn't know what was going on out there. Honestly, no one ain't care until Chief Keef came around, and then people start, oh yeah, O-Block, but y'all be adding all that extra stuff to it.
Appears in his set. The hit that claimed the lives of Duke and another O-Block member,
a
youngin, real name Darrell Givens, while injuring one other man, took place almost 20 miles away from the Parkway Gardens housing complex that O-Block controls. The much more affluent north side, which is mostly inhabited by well-off middle-class families, likely felt like a place where these 2 seasoned gangsters could let their guard down and enjoy a fun and relaxing night out. But just like the rapper FBG Duck had likely felt safe when he was shopping in the high-end Gold Coast shopping district, right before getting brutally gunned down by 6 friends of Duke and youngin. These 2 would also learn the hard way that when you live by the gun, there's no place in Chicago where you can hide or escape it.
Bro, that stuff right there was just a waste of everybody, bro. It was a waste of talent on both ends, bro. Like, real deal, I feel like sliding on the ops, that's okay, but how they slid on FBG Duck is like, bro, y'all just was asking to go to jail. Real deal, y'all did it in the Gold Coast, one of the most nicest areas. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all was just too thirsty to try to prove a point that y'all could get it done. And that's what got y'all locked up so easy.
In many ways, it was a miracle that Duke had even made it to 2025 with his life intact, but unfortunately for him, the streets never forget. And even more shocking than his brazen assassination is what happened next, as numerous gang sets that have had issues with O-Block over the years would all begin peeking out from the shadows, with some hinting at being responsible for the murder, while others affiliated with some of the most famous gangs that would have wanted to kill Duke begged for peace and called for both sides not to retaliate, all while the online sleuths and Reddit detectives had been working overtime to try and solve who and what might have caused this latest tragedy.
Working overtime? That's crazy, bro. Working overtime to find out something that you cannot prove is crazy to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because y'all can't get no evidence and proof. Y'all not the detectives and criminal investigators. So y'all working overtime for nothing.
To hit O-Block. The murder of Duke, one of their oldest and most feared members, has been one of the most devastating losses that O-Block has ever suffered, but it also represents the tables turning on this.
That's more of a newer thing. That's why lots of people getting locked up now. Lots of people is getting locked up now because, you feel me, people was more likely to do that. You see, back in the day, people wanted to stay in nice areas. People will go out to the burbs and stuff and be good. You'll be good because the thing is, bro, out there in nicer areas, they really be on crime more. You was more likely to go to jail. Like, just people back in the day, I feel they didn't want, they wasn't trying to prove a point as much. That's the whole thing. But honestly, bro, it's just common sense that, you feel me. Now people just yerked out. They all high off of these random shit, all that shit. But real deal, now it's common, but nah, bro. When I was growing up, bro, if you was just out a nice area, bro, you didn't have to worry too much for real. Now, Recently, like they started doing that, and when I say recently, I mean like you feel me, like within like the last 5 to 6 years, bro, that started to become more of a common reoccurrence. You feel me? But that wasn't really like a common thing like that. I ain't gonna back to you like that. If something like that happened, that was a rare occurrence. Now that's a more common thing, and now it's more common for them to get locked up super fast too, as well.
This once fearsome Chicago gang, as for years O Block and their Get Back gang had orchestrated untold violence on the street of Chicago, getting one up on numerous other gangs in the area.
Bro, that's difference. Talking about gentrification, bro. That's difference. That's the hood getting turned into a nice area. I'm talking about an area that was always nice, always a good area. You feel me? Like, yeah, some places will get bad and stuff, but those don't be nice areas no more. Like gentrification and going to an area that was always nice is two different things. Because gentrification is still gonna be those type of people still inside that area still. I ain't going back to you.
Now, with the death of Duke, everyone is pointing the finger. So today, we're going to take a closer look at Duke's street history, the alleged murders that he was associated with, the gangs in Chicago that hated him, and the insane theories about exactly which people might have carried out this bold assassination without a single care for their safety or freedom.
Where we at, man? Where we at?
They be in your city.
It's your boy King Boy. TLG three-way.
So tell us about the Jado Jump Out Boys. Who all is that?
It's a lot of us.
BD cause they was trying to say y'all renegade BDs.
Once Vaughn, like, blew up, started rapping, because they always, say my name and things like that. So they like, who is Duke? For the people that didn't know, like, who I was, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, at 363 Adam, it was a dark four-door vehicle. The subject jumped out, shot at close range, got back in and fled northbound on State. Male black, 6 foot with dreads and a white t-shirt and jeans, 6'3", go ahead.
Smoking on that Tim Berry, they left bloody mess.
Police have released surveillance pictures of 3 suspects they say are wanted for murder.
Look, Jado got his ass smoked.
31-year-old Tristan Hamilton was shot multiple times. He raps under the name FBG Cash.
Off of that block when they don't pay, I'm out pay, I take his face.
Do y'all homework. It's looking like this BD on BD crime right now. Do y'all homework on BD crime, bro.
You talking about BD on BD crime, bro. You just trying to be funny, bro. BDs and BDs always been getting into it with each other, bro. Like, it's common for everybody getting into it. Honestly, bro, it really don't matter what you is, bro. You GD, BD, Stone, bro. Everybody into it with everybody now.
How was it growing up on Front Street?
It was fun.
061, man. SSR. $, man.
What y'all heard? I ain't out here seeing talking on my ass like these dudes, bro. Folks done killed T-Roy and Prime killed me. No matter what the fuck y'all.
It's also one of them people, bro, like, even if y'all think he forgave him, bro, he don't forget. You know?
Chief Keith shot him. He is in intensive care.
Say go deep, but that's my boy.
I know y'all not trying to say Keith got something to do with this. I know he ain't trying to imply that Keith got something to do with this. I know he ain't trying to imply that. But Keith, he haven't been messing with O Block. He literally said FOD inside this video, I believe.
You did? I'm from there.
Is everybody in the area beating? Or just like y'all crowd like this? Everybody.
Gang, why is you throwing, bro? What's this don't got nothing to do with them, gang. Now you just come. And don't tell me you just adding anyone that's BD up in here. Like, oh, he BD. Just because someone BD don't mean, you feel me? Like, bro, where's you adding folks from?
I heard y'all confronted Gourley Gang and Bloodbath at the United Center.
What they be saying on the internet? They be seeing motherfuckers in person and niggas don't be, you know?
Don't be the same. This morning, a mass shooting on the city's south side is under investigation.
Oh, yeah? You doing news in Chicago? Alright, I'm finna have to pull up to the news station, shorty. Let me get y'all number.
Police say 5 men were shot while they were just standing outside.
I got shot right here type shit. I got shot in O Block.
Wow, O Block's so nice, but you got shot right over there, right?
Even if it was 10th true, why would you even say that?
was trying to say y'all got into it with O-Block over the word bloodbath.
Don't forget that. It should always be deeper than that.
An overnight shooting has left 2 people dead. There's another individual hurt.
The shooting happened at this place called Pork Chops. We're standing right here on the sidewalk when someone drove by and started shooting.
28-year-old Darrell Givens was shot yesterday.
You know, it's a real war.
Man, they gotta make them fine so people can stop and listen to the news. On game, they trying to get people to stop and listen.
The streets are talking, and people saying this revenge was done.
2 of the main old Blockians lost their lives last night, bro, due to gun violence in Chicago, bro.
If you want to watch my videos uncut and extended, go to patreon.com.
Dang, so what? Chucky and them got beef with the old Blockians too, bro. That's why he went, man, you know, I'm not no Reddit warrior and all that stuff, gang. I only know what's going on where I grew up, over east on 90th and Commercial, 76 and South Shore, all that stuff, bro. If it ain't over there, bro, I don't give two what they got going on.
/TraplawRoss, where you can get those for just $2. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. Here's the video. In order to understand the gruesome events that took place on the 10th of May, we have to discuss how O-Block became not just one of the most known gang sets in modern Chicago, but also one of the most hated. Now, don't worry, if you're already a Chicago gang expert, I won't bore you with the same story that's been told a million times. For that, you can go and watch any of my old videos about the topic. But if you're not familiar at all, these are just the basics.
Thank you, bro. This is why I didn't want to click on it, bro. That was the main reason I wasn't finna click on this, because I'll be like, bro, he finna tell the same stories that we heard that, like, bro, we don't want to hear this no more. But okay, we on a good track right now.
In the beginning of the early drill era, O-Block was known to mainly ally with other Black Disciple gang sets from the nearby areas. Sets like Lamron 300, best known for the rappers Lil Durk and Lil Reese, 600, made famous by rappers like L.A. Capone, Rondo No. 9, and E-Day, who have all unfortunately either passed away or gotten locked up, and Front Street, which is better known for the late rapper Fredo Santana, as well as his cousin, Chief Keef, who spent a lot of time at both O-Block, where his mother stayed, and Front Street, where his grandmother lived. On the other hand, O-Block's rivals were all predominantly Gangster Disciple sets from nearby areas. STL EBT, best known for the late rapper FBG Duck, as well as other members of the FBG crew like FBG Young, FBG Butter, and FBG Cash. Gyro City, which is best known for the...
Why they ain't add Lil J? FBG Lil J. Why they leave folks out of it?
Former rapper and current peace pusher FYBJ Main and Taekwon World, a set that hails from the same blocks as Gyro City and STL EBT, but mainly consists of younger members who grew up in the same age bracket as 13-year-old Gyro City member named Taekwon Tyler, who was killed in 2012, his friends then starting Taekwon World in his honor. As me and other YouTubers have covered, countless people would end up losing their lives in the war between O-Block, its allies, and their rivals during the 2010s, with O-Block losing numerous key members like OD Perry in 2011, his death resulting in O-Block formerly known as Wick City, changing its name to O-Block in his honor. Then there's J Money or J Munna, whose death in 2013 would result in O-Block also going by the name O-Block Munna Gang or OBMG, or Glock Boys Munna Gang aka GBMG, while numerous other members of O-Block would begin to add Munna to their names, such as Ocho Munna, Zell Munna, Buck Munna, Munna Ike, Munna Mond, Ty Munna, and of course Munna Duke himself. And the death of King Von's best friend T-Roy in 2017, who was famously gunned down inside a grocery store directly under a security camera.
I know exactly where that store is at. If y'all ain't know, I got my Pelly jacket, not from that store, but it's like over there is a whole bunch of stores. It's like multiple stores and stuff over there. I ended up getting my Pelly jacket from over there.
Allegedly by 2 members of the rival gangs.
That's by like the Jeffrey
TB,
Plaza
aka
and stuff.
Terry Barry from Taekwon World, and Get Right, aka Man Man from STL EBT. T-Roy's murder would cause an unprecedented wave of violence in the streets, as O-Block and their allies like 600 would form a group known as the Get Back Gang, aka GBG, whose one and only mission was to avenge T-Roy's death by killing as many rivals as they possibly could, killing up to 8 people in 2017 alone, including key members from the rival gangs like FBG Duck's brother Brick and Taekwon World members Poppy and TB. However, coming into the 2020s, much of these early beefs had died down significantly, which seems natural given that the members from those early days have reached their late 20s, early 30s, and some even in their late 30s. And the older you...
Yeah, and it's like, bro, you don't want to look like TYBM, what's his name? The oldest YN. Once you start getting to that level, bro, you're going to be looked like as a goofy, bro. Like, I feel like the streets, bro, you really need to retire at, like, you feel me? I feel like, honestly, gang, at like 21, you should start be trying to get your life together, bro. Like, cause I feel like honestly, bro, you should have been hopped off the porch, gang. Like real deal. I feel like if you ain't hop off the porch when you was like 13, 14, whatever, bro, then you hopping off the porch at like, you feel me, 21, then it's like, bro, you over with. But if you hopped off the porch at like 13, bro, you had a nice little run, bro. You 21, 22 now. Start hanging that stuff up, gang.
You get, the less attractive it probably feels to spend your time running around in the streets chasing down your ops. And on the other hand, with so many of the most active members sadly losing their lives in the war, there simply aren't that many people left to keep up the tit-for-tat killings. However, that doesn't mean
I ain't gonna bap. Now trapping, that's different, gang. Now trapping, that's different. I'm talking about like, bro, like them on the block still trying to catch ops, sliding this. You trapping on the block getting money, that's different, bro. But you still trying to gang bang with like as a grown adult, bro. You should be focused about getting money, bro. On gang, not sliding on the ops and stuff. You feel me?
that the war is by any means over, and people still keep on dying, with some of the more recent victims from the 2020s, including of course FBG Duck, who was famously gunned down by 6 O-Block shooters in August 2020, but also lesser known people like a younger O-Block member named Jado, real name Jabari Pittman, who was gunned down in the Oakland neighborhood in February 2020. And while Jado's killer had not been caught, online rumors would connect his death to the Taekwon World set, whose member D-Money would...
He said, what area did he say he got hit at?
Real name Jabari Pittman, who was gunned down in the Oakland neighborhood in February 2020. And while Jado's killer had not been caught, online rumors...
I thought folks said Oakland at first. Folks got popped at Oakland? Oakland is actually kind of a more nicer area. That's why I thought.
Would connect his death to the Taekwon World set, whose member D-Money would go live on Instagram less than an hour after the murder, dissing Jado and saying how they were still sliding in traffic 5 cars deep.
Look, Jado got his smoke, and we still spinning like 5 cars deep, no rap. And we still spinning like 5 cars deep, no rap.
Jado's death.
What was they listening to in the music? It sounded like they was bumping some UK music in the back, bro. I couldn't hear what they was listening to, but boy, you see, they must like going to jail, bro. Like, why would you do this? What possessed you to go make a live committing a crime?
Would result in younger members from O-Block creating a clique in his honor called the Jado Jump Out Boys, or simply Jado Jump Outs.
Y'all call yourselves the Jado Jump Out Boys?
Yeah.
Okay, I see Jado tatted on your hand.
Yeah, that's my boy.
And I know Shootbot's got a tattoo of Jado, right, in his face?
Yeah, I got a portrait of him. Yeah.
Right.
Which is now one of several cliques within O-Block that the newer generations rep, another key group being called the TSG, or Take Some Gang.
Did this sound like UK drill music to y'all, the music that they were saying, or am I tweaking? Because it most definitely got to sound like some UK drill player in the back. I couldn't really hear it for sure, but I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, we could go on that.
So what TSG stand for?
Take some games. Take some games. Take your brains, take your chains, and take your life.
D-Money would allegedly strike again later that same year, when a civilian named Armand Proctor was gunned down inside O-Block in June 2020.
Police have released surveillance pictures of 3 suspects they say are wanted.
Another, bro, Chicago might have the best news women, bro. Whoa, 2 for 2. 2 for 2. I'll be watching y'all other cities, bro. Y'all news women is not looking like this. Let's start there. We 2 for 2 with the baddies on news women.
For murder. The image captures the 3 men as they were running away from 63rd and Martin Luther King Drive on June 19th. Police say they are involved in the murder of a 23-year-old man named Armand Proctor. Proctor was found dead on the sidewalk just after midnight with multiple gunshot wounds.
And while D-Money would not be charged for the murder, Reddit sleuths would later point out how he had posted a video on Instagram while creeping inside O-Block that very night.
I know Florida man, they got some bad.
Meanwhile, the Chicago police would publish footage from a security camera from the night of the...
You see, and this is why I can say at least the UK people is like smarter. You feel me? Like, I've been watching lots of UK videos, and lots of people probably wondering, why is this dude keep on talking about UK, bro? Because I've been learning about the UK because I don't like America, bro. Y'all Americans be goofy, bro. Y'all don't want to watch my American content, bro. So y'all goofies. If y'all start watching my content, y'all ain't no goofies no more. But until y'all start watching my content, boy, y'all Americans goofy. But Bro, why would he wear this mask? Why he got his face down like this, bro? If you know you finna go on a drill, you need to keep that mask up 24/7. Real deal, bro. At least that's one thing that the UK people do got kind of good, bro. Them people be masked up from head to toe. I'm like, bro, they got socks on their hands and stuff, bro.
The murder, showing 3 masked men walking inside O Block, these allegedly being D-Money and his
2 masked men. Birdie don't got his mask on, bro. Brody don't got a mask on, gang. His mask is literally on his chin, bro. That's not 3 masked men, bro. You bapping. You gotta pay attention, bro. Do Brody got a mask on? I can't tell. It's too blurred, but I know for sure he got his mask down.
From the night of the murder, showing 3 masked men walking inside O Block, these allegedly being D-Money and his friends.
Dang, they running fast. They running fast with it. Boy, they was getting gone, bro. That's why 12 be getting dusty, bro. 12 ain't finna catch nobody running that fast, bro. On game.
And if that wasn't proof enough, when someone would post D-Money's video online again, D-Money would contact the person, asking him to remove the video because it was going to get him locked up.
Bro, you should have thought about that before you did something on camera, bro. Real deal, it's like, brother, you know that these blog pages don't care if you get locked up. They just trying to be the first person to post this information because at the end of the day, bro, that it's academics gonna get to that video eventually. You feel me? So they trying to be the first person to post it before academics, bro. So it's like, bro, you got to make sure you just not on video, bro, because all that, take it down. Boy, you think they care? They probably inside a whole different state. You don't know who they is. Boy, they don't care, gang.
Or the person would essentially blackmail D-Money by asking for money in exchange for removing the video. And after D-Money would pay, the person would then swear on his dead grandmother that he wasn't going to post the video again, only to post their entire conversation online afterwards. Then
Folks got finesse, bro. He got finessed by the Reddit warriors on gang, bro. And it is crazy, bro. You only asked for $60, bro. Folks asked for $60, bro. Bro got finessed for $60, gang. And then he posted the messages. Now they really know that he did it, bro. He shouldn't have even said nothing, bro. He lost $60, and now they really know he did it because he texted him about it.
About a year later in May 2021, D-Money would meet his end as he was fatally shot in a drive-by while walking his dog in the Woodlawn neighborhood not far from O Block. After his death, members of Taekwon World would...
Hang on, back to you, gang. I feel like having a dog in a city, bro, is pretty like wild if you don't got a backyard, bro. Especially if you got ops, gang. Like, that's kind of crazy to do, walking your dog in the hood, bro. I ain't gonna back to you. And I walk my dog over on South Shore, but I lived on the apartment right next to Rainbow Beach. So I was walking my dog through Rainbow Beach, you feel me, which is not a good beach, but it's not no beach where, oh yeah, you just, and I don't got no ops either. You got ops, gang. You can't be out here walking your dog. They ain't go back to you, bro. Some things you just can't do. Like, if you in the streets, gang, you got to understand you just can't do certain things. Like, I got the luxury of walking my dogs because someone ain't trying to smoke me. You can't do that.
Diss O Block in unison in a picture taken at his memorial, with everyone dropping the O Block hand sign as a sign of disrespect, while also posting pictures together with the caption F O Block, clearly implying that they thought that O Block had something to do with his death. Members from O Block would also participate in the dissing of D-Money and hint at their involvement, like a member from the new generation.
Bro, why is one nostril bigger than the other nostril, gang? He got the double barrel shotgun, but one of them is bigger than the other. A malfunction shotgun.
Called Lil Mike, who would wish D-Money a happy birthday on social media, a common tactic used to troll their enemies, while another younger member named Mana Mond would post a picture of him and another guy lighting a blunt together with a caption saying flame him and 3 dog emojis, another obvious diss towards D-Money. Then about a year later, in June 2022, the O Block side would allegedly get another major notch on their belt after the rapper FBG Cash, real name Tristan Hamilton, was brutally gunned down in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood.
Well-known Chicago area rapper was killed in a drive-by shooting early.
She still slight decent too. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. It was messed up, but I ain't gonna bap to you. I had a feeling that something was gonna happen to FBG Cash, bro, because it's like he just came back out of nowhere going crazy. Like folks was going crazy stupid. Like folks was rapping, like folks was going crazy with the diss songs. I ain't gonna back to you. FBG Cash had like a little run. You feel me? He was I felt he could have put FBG back on the map, bro. He had a little buzz, and then you know what happened with that. But I had a feeling like, man, I feel like he just doing a little bit too much on the internet. You feel me? I feel like when you do too much on the internet, people want to get you. But when you really doing stuff like that, like keep on edging it on, that make them really want to get you. You feel me?
This morning in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood,
when another car would cut him off in traffic and 2 gunmen appeared from the car opening fire, discharging nearly 24 rounds and leaving Cash dead by a tree, whilst also seriously injuring a girl that was with him.
A 29-year-old woman with him was also shot, taken to the hospital in serious condition. It is believed Hamilton fired back at the shooter.
As I've discussed in depth in my video about Lil Durk and his several murder-for-hire allegations, Cash's murder has also been connected with Lil Durk, who would troll Cash mercilessly after his death, while also implying that he and his goons had something to do with it.
Hey, you ain't have your gun for them, you better have your gun for me. Better have your gun for Booney. Better have your gun for C. You don't believe me, you gonna see. You gonna end up by that tree.
I ain't gonna back to you, bro. This is a perfect example. Durkin is a perfect example of why you need to leave people around who's not trying to elevate themselves. Cause Lil Durk, you from that gang. The whole reason I don't be around that stuff, because it's like real deal. I'm from that. Like that's what my family do. My family ain't with nothing else but that type of behavior, gang. So it's like I try to stay away from that because I see what my family doing, and I know that could be me. You feel me? Easy as day. And he being from that, bro, you can't be around that gang because that will bring you right back in it, bro. You more easily broke back in it compared to other people just because you was already up in it, bro. So you being around that crowd of people gonna have you thinking like, oh yeah, let me use this rapper money for the wrong things. Literally, that crowd literally just got you using your rapper money for the wrong things. Cause it's like, at the end of the day, bro, there's no reason why you should be involved with anybody's gang. You the money maker, you the breadwinner, bro. They in the streets, let them handle that, bro. You providing these dudes to have a wonderful life already. They should be sliding on their own free reel, bro. You shouldn't even have to say nothing. They ain't go back to you.
Know that we did it.
Man, I got my gun for Boone.
Then he gonna say you know that we did it. When I thought it could have get worse, he said, you know that we did it. And then people be surprised when they get locked up. Like, and yes, they can always say it's just for entertainment purposes, but it's like, come on, brother, if y'all know y'all really did it, and you saying you did it, is that really smart to do? Like, yeah, it's entertainment purposes, but still, you know deep down you did it, so it's like, you shouldn't say that. And if you didn't do it, I understand why you're saying that, you feel me?
They call him Chief.
Some of these goons have been rumored to have been from O Block, including guys like Buck Munna, who would diss Cash numerous times in his songs.
He dead and gone, that's what he get, man. He can't take another pick, and he got Eddie took a shit, word around it was the neck. Off for that block where they don't play, I'm out bad, take his face. And I ain't missed, cause I know they.
I ain't gonna lie, it'd be funny when they be like, oh yeah, he took a dookie when he passed away. Like, I ain't gonna bap to you. That's crazy.
Man, that old ass man up in the bag. The switches came, made a crash. I don't smoke Tuka, I smoke Cash.
Yeah, they just be snitching.
I'm just lying, that's weak. They saw that shit OG.
While also making fun of him by acting out his final moments. Even allegedly showing a photo of Cash's dead body during a video posted on social media. However, besides these old rivalries, O Block has also made some new enemies.
And that's why they get hit with that O Block Rico. That's the exact reason right there, bro. Because I feel like I ain't gonna back to you. Lots of Chicago people be doing this type of behavior. That's the whole thing right there. But O Block gotta understand, bro, y'all just ain't no regular hood no more. You feel me? Now the whole world is watching you. And that's not a good thing, you feel me? So you can't be acting like how the random person from the unknown hood is acting, bro. You maybe see Fonzo from seven something get up and post all this stuff, but no one don't really know about him to even really pay attention to him like that. If he get caught, he got caught. You feel me? It ain't nobody doing research and putting all this stuff together to hit him with a Rico. Y'all gonna have that happen to y'all because y'all got the famous rapper sending y'all all this money and stuff. So that's like a Rico, you feel me? So y'all can't act like a regular hood, you feel me? Unless y'all gonna be, you feel me, a regular hood.
And even fallen out with old allies. Most famously, the formerly very strong alliance between O Block and Front Street has gone through some extremely hard times. The beginning of this beef goes arguably years back to the mid-2010s when Chief Keef would have a falling out with Lil Durk and his old friends from O Block, after Keef would allegedly fail to provide bail money to their incarcerated member Trey 5, despite promising the money during conversations with the O Block members choosing to spend the money instead on stuff like a $10,000 four-wheeler. This would allegedly lead to O Block's members going to Keef's manager's mansion, located in the rich suburbs in the outskirts of Chicago, which would lead to a shootout that left one person injured and in the hospital. As mentioned, Keef has family ties to both O Block and Front Street, but his ties to Front Street are arguably much stronger, with two of his very close cousins, the late rappers Fredo Santana and Blood Money, aka Big Glow, both being highly respected members of Front Street. And this is where things begin to truly go left, because while Fredo would eventually die in 2018 due to health problems allegedly resulting from his excessive drug consumption, Blood Money would be gunned down in Chicago in April 2014, only a few weeks after the shooting at Keef's manager's house. Both deaths would hit Front Street hard, and after Blood Money's death, they would honor him by beginning to call their set Blood Gang, while Fredo's death would lead to some Front Street members to even separate and start a new set known as Savage Squad, named after the music label that Fredo had founded called the SSR, or Savage Squad Records. However, O Block would actually begin to diss Blood Money after his death, due to their beef with Keef and the O Block OG Boss Top allegedly saying F Blood Money after the incident in a now deleted tweet, while Keef would respond by saying that he would say FOD to diss O Block, but OD Perry was his real friend, so he can't do that.
Would say OD, but that's my boy.
I mean, that's basically like saying F him still, like, brother. You said I would say F him, but that's my boy. You saying F him still, bro. You still basically said F him, bro. If you would say F him, you basically saying F him in a way. I ain't gonna back to you.
You feel me? I'm from there. You know? But O Block. Okay.
Things would only go downhill from here, and already during the summer of 2014, O Block members would allegedly hold people at Keef's mansion at gunpoint while Keef himself was at court, before leaving with a bunch of Keef's expensive items like his chains and watches, with Keef himself hopping on social media to accuse Boss Top, aka Tyree Davis, of the robbery, while Boss Top would openly flaunt the items on social media. Eventually, rumors would begin to spread online that O Block might have had something to do with Blood Money's murder, with former O Block member J Hood even later claiming that it was King Von and T Roy who were behind the hit.
That was straight back though. You don't gotta believe it. You can hear whatever. Oh, these people saw this. I don't give a what y'all heard. I ain't out here seeing talking on my ass like these do, bro. Folks them killed T Roy and Von killed.
However, besides Blood Money, there would seemingly be no other casualties.
Y'all think that's true? Y'all think King Von them? Cause I ain't gonna cap to you. I don't even know if J Hood official or not. I know he was actually around them and all that stuff, but it's like J Hood got a story for every hood. Like, he just know everything. It's like, how do you know all this, brother? Like, that's why I be like, I don't know. Because it's like, when you get to knowing something on every topic, now I'm like, I don't know, brother.
Casualties in this beef for years to come, and for a long time, this beef appeared to simmer in the background, perhaps due to the respect that many of the older members still have towards each other, but in recent years, both sides have become increasingly open in dissing each other, like Front Street member Mari posting in 2023 asking how does O Block supposedly run the King Drive, this being the main street that goes past both of their territories, when they have the same enemies, but nobody from the enemy side ever dies, as well as saying the last person who dissed Blood Money had almost died, and saying F that one guy who tried to fight, an obvious reference to King Von, who was shot down by Quando Rondo's friend Lil Tim after trying to fight Quando in November 2020. Front Street are also openly dissing O Block by dropping their hand sign, just like Taekwon World, who also remain the main rivals of Front Street. O Block has also returned the favor, with younger members like Woney dissing Front Street directly by name on Twitter, while other young members would diss Blood Money while on Instagram Live, as well as saying that Front Street had gone extinct.
Ain't no, the Front Street. What the is the Front?
Nah, you is right, bro. Cause King Vine was snitching on himself, bro. I feel if he did it, he most definitely probably would have. But I don't know. He probably Trap Reezy might know an old song that he was talking about it. Trap Reezy know all. You gotta ask him. But you is right. I ain't never hear him diss him, but maybe I ain't hear the song.
I'm saying right there, we be sipping on blood while we on the front line.
These kind of fallouts between old friends point to the ever more fracturing state of the Chicago gangscape, with gangs becoming increasingly small and splintered due to the lack of any organized leadership. And nothing is a better example of that than the fact that there have even been conflicts within O Block in recent years, particularly between the old and new generations. The most infamous example being when one member of the new generation, Manamond, would allegedly shoot a member from the older generation called A-Roy.
That video right there was bogus, bro. But it's like I understand like where A-Roy was coming from. I ain't gonna bap to you because it's like at the end of the day, these yo little people's from the same area as you. So it's like we got a problem. Let me put pause on you. We gonna scrap it out. But they not from the same generation and time as you, bro. Real, bro. These younger people will blow Uncle them down. Real deal. Uncle them, it's not the same times. Like these people don't got no respect inside the hood no more. They don't care if you from the same hood as them, bro. Like back in the day, y'all from the same hood, y'all fight. Ain't nobody gonna get blicks. The hood would get on there with you for up and blick on someone from your own hood for losing the fight. Like you feel me? But that's why I be like, I'm not fighting no more. I'm not fighting nobody. It's either I'm running or up and blick. It's no fighting going on. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Real deal. Unless it's like boxing in the ring. I'm not finna real life boy fight nobody no more because people like to up blicks and blow you down, bro. Nowadays.
After losing a fight with him in December 2021, this whole incident taking place inside O Block and being caught on a phone camera filmed from one of the buildings. After this incident,
I feel the cameras will also make it worse because like I said though, lots of these younger dudes, bro, they grew up off the internet, so they more insecure than the older generation, bro. And then it's like everybody's so scared of what the next person gonna think of them nowadays. And that's why it's like, man, with all these videos out, they're like, oh, I gotta blow him down. He just knocked me out. Woo, woo, this, that, and the third. Like cameras really what make it bad. Because I feel like if people wasn't getting recorded, they'll just take their L and then lie and be like, yeah, folks ain't do that to me for real. But now people can't lie no more, so now they gotta up blicks.
Manamond would shockingly not be arrested, despite the video going viral online, but he was seemingly banned from coming back to O Block for some time.
Don't ask me about no you don't see me with, or I don't mention none of that. I don't know what's to them. I don't know them. I don't with them. It's going like that. It's that simple. No, not to come around. Don't like me because I'm too slimy. I'm for them to get too slimy. So
talking about you too slimy, bro. Anyone that say, oh yeah, I'm slime, I'm king slime, king backdoor, any of the thing of that, boy, don't trust them. Do not, boy, you cannot even know where I stay at, brother. You is not my homie if you over here talking about you king slime. You not finna slime me out.
Don't tell me about no you don't see me with or I don't hang with, as I don't know what happened to them.
However, this ban wouldn't ultimately last, as the old generation would seemingly decide to take the side of Manamond in the end.
I don't know how to come in, man. Stop playing on phone bread.
Frustrating the brother of A-Roy, who felt betrayed by his own generation. However, Manamond's luck wouldn't ultimately last, and in May 2025, he would finally be charged with A-Roy's murder, whilst already being locked up for another case. Lastly, there are also completely new enemies that O Block has been making in recent years, one of these being a set called Ghoulie Gang, also known as Bloodbath, or 130, this name coming from the location of their hood at 130th Street in the far south side.
And this crazy, gang, because the burbs right here, bro. This Riverdale, this is suburbs, bro. That's why I be trying to tell y'all, bro. Some places in the burbs is actually bad, bro. Like, not like the type of suburbs that people be thinking. Like, you see this right next to, like, bro, certain parts of the burbs is literally super close to the hundreds. I mean, the burbs is the hundreds, technically. But the hundreds is the suburbs, and the hundreds is, like, in the city, too. You feel me? But my little brothers and them stayed over here before on gang. My brothers and them on my pop's side. I always stayed over east though.
particularly in the Aldgeld Gardens public housing project and the surrounding areas. This gang is undoubtedly best known for the young rapper Chucky, who is in fact signed to Lil Durk's OTF label, which make his gang's beef with O-Block just that much more complicated. Allegedly, these two gangs had a cordial relationship until about July 2022, when there would be a mass shooting in O-Block, where several O-Block members, including Boss Top, would end up getting shot, with Boss Top later getting asked about the incident by Adam22, but he would have very few words to describe what happened.
What happened? You're just walking around like we were talking about how O-Block's so nice, but you got shot right over there, right?
I mean, I just know I was on my Instagram. I was finna go live, and I just felt something.
You were about to go live.
Yeah, and I just felt something.
Out on the street?
Man, why are you finna go live? This the problem. If they didn't get you, the live would most definitely be able to help them get you on game. Like, I ain't gonna back. Why was you finna go live? You was probably finna go snitch on yourself, wasn't you?
Not in the actual complex?
I just felt something, Adam. That's it.
Pictures from the scene reported by the newspapers would show people getting carried away on stretchers, with interestingly, the man...
That's a little bit freaky. You gotta say no Diddy, bro. I just felt a little something. That's alright.
In the picture being a rapper known as Action Savage from Ghoulie Gang, who would post sometime later how this had been his third time getting shot in less than a month. Action Savage had long been affiliated with O-Block, these ties going all the way back to the beginning of the drill movement, as he would later explain to DJ U.
Like, it's a video on YouTube with Boss Top and Dirk, a Boss Top and Dirk video, that 30 Choppers video. Like,
right.
You can look it up. Like, you gonna see me right there in the thumbnail of the video. This was like, I don't even know what year this was, like 2013 or something like that. Like, this is a minute ago type.
But for a while, things appeared to be calm. In December 2022, Boss Top would be arrested on gun charges, and he would end up getting locked up for about 2 years. While in July 2023, Action Savage would still actually release a song and a music video together with the O-Block rapper E-Dog. But then, as Chucky begun getting increasingly popular, problems began to appear. As Chucky would rep heavily the Bloodbath moniker for his set, which according to members from O-Block originally came from them, as the O-Block rapper Shoebox Baby would later explain to 16 Shot 'Em.
It was a term that was used in our neighborhood. Like,
grown men really mad over words. That's crazy. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Like, bro, people just be finding anything to beef over at this point, bro. Real deal. I saw that stuff. Like, I'm like, bro, I know y'all real life ain't arguing over blood, bro. People been saying bloodbath all over, bro. Not just in Chicago, gang. That's why it's like, what's to y'all, bro? Just they say it, you say it. That's all it is. It's just someone end up getting more popular than them off of it. That's what they mad about. They not really mad about the word. They wouldn't care. Because if O-Block went viral with the bloodbath word, they wouldn't care that they were saying it. They just mad that folks went viral for saying it. Now they mad.
You know, like that's what we call each other. But when the guys like got that from like, I think off a movie or something, I ain't tweaking. When the guys got that off a movie or something.
Like an old movie, right?
Yeah. And we was just calling each other around that time. They was around us. So, you know, it's like you around somebody, like, y'all pick up.
Bro, so you telling me that you got it from a movie and you mad that they said it, but basically, bro, what if they, like, listen, bro, you acting like you just created it. You got it off a movie. That's just be wild to me.
Lingos like that, you know?
Yeah. But then, in 2024, these two sets would suddenly begin to go back and forth on social media, with one member of the Ghoulie Gang posting a picture of Mond calling him an imposter while saying that Ghoulie Gang are the real Bloodbath, to which Mond would reply by saying who the F is the Bloodbath member who was dissing him, and saying why is he acting like he can't die. This beefing would continue as O-Block members would see Chucky repping the Bloodbath moniker while shooting a music video with Lil Durk and YTB Fat, with
it's crazy. I forgot, you remind me I was going to make a video on that. Someone from New York actually said something about they the real bloodhounds.
O-Block members hitting back and calling Chucky and his Ghoulie Gang friends swaggerjackers and actors, while the Ghoulie Gang would call O-Block members broke, particularly aiming...
Swaggerjackers? I'm pretty sure they did not say that. I think he just tried to translate it into UK language because I never heard nobody say swaggerjackers.
their words towards the new generation of O-Block, likely due to Lil Durk still being very close with the older generation. But then, things would get even more complicated, as Action Savage would drop a song and music video called Computers, using the classic beat from the 2014 song of Rowdy Rebel and Bobby Shmurda, later used by one of O-Block's biggest rivals, FBG Wooski, to diss them. And he would use this beat to rap a line saying how Boss Top had fronted his move, so he had taken his gun and clapped him back. This line seemingly referring to the night when they had both gotten shot in O-Block, as Action Savage would then confirm during his DJU interview.
Mention Boss Top, right? You know, everybody want to know about the line you dissed him in your Computers remix. Boss Top fronted his. I took his pipe and clapped him. Yo, Computers remix, that's out on YouTube now. Dropped 5 months ago.
Yeah, man. Boss Top dork gang. Like, I don't really like. We out the pipe. We had that pointed at me type. I'm looking at the pipe type. He just looking at me though type. Like, I ain't got no jewelry on. None of that shit. Like, cause it be rumors talking about he tried to rob me or he took shit from me. Like, ain't nobody ever took shit from me. Like, I ain't ever got robbed before. Point that shit at me. Type. I'm looking at that. She just talking though. So I'm just looking at that. I look up. Shots got fired, and then, but not from me though. I'm just right there. He got the pipe in my face, and when the shots get getting let off, he just looking all crazy. I just like, he ain't on shit. He ain't on shit. I grab it like this. He get to trying to move. Now he trying to force, like, put that shit in my face. I'm moving that back and forth type. And I grab the bottom of that. She try to run. I snatch that. I'll snatch it. So now as I snatch it, he popped the clip out. That I smack his ass. He try to take off. I point that. It ain't nothing in the clip though. He ain't even had one up top, man. I took the pipe, but I.
Dang, that's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Up and blick without having one up top, bro, is crazy, bro. You was playing with your life, unless he just been like, oh yeah, that's my homie. I'm cool with him, so I ain't gonna really, have him. But nah, bro, because. Nah, you tripping, gang. I ain't gonna bap to you. Not having one in the head and upping it, bro, that is goofy behavior. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. If you up it, you better have one in the head, bro. As soon as you leave out the house, you need to have one in the head. Before you walk out the house, you supposed to have one in the head.
I threw that. I ain't even keep the pipe, bro. I got shot like right after that type. Shot me in my leg and shit, like, and took off running type. Then I tried to get to the car. I look up.
The song would prompt the two sides to go back and forth once again, with one O-Block member posting the picture of Action Savage getting put on the ambulance after the incident, while a Ghoulie gang member would respond by saying how O-Block are goofies and nobody from their side should have made it out alive if O-Block are really who they say they are. Meanwhile, Boss Top would deny even knowing Action Savage when asked about the matter during his No Jumper interview.
This the clout they want, I guess, to get the views. But if he making music and he got stories like that, I think he needs to write urban novels. I think he needs to just write books. He'll be a good author.
I don't know, bro. You ain't sounding too believable. Y'all believe in Boss Top right now? Y'all believe in him, or you think he bapping? Because I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Action folks had the story and details, bro. But I don't know, bro. Boss Top, it sound like you might be bapping, bro.
Now that we know more about O-Block's modern-day allies and rivals, let's take a closer look at the two victims of the recent double murder, focusing particularly on Munna Duke, because while Young'un was somebody who was more focused on hustling and staying off the radar of his ops, Munna Duke would allegedly end up doing many things during his life that would ultimately make his rivals hate him enough to follow him all across the city just to take his life.
Dang. They tweaking.
Munna Duke has always been considered to have been one of the most respected members of O-Block. Even the notorious King Von, a drill rap icon and an alleged serial killer with 7 bodies, immortalized Duke's menacing reputation on him.
Bro, saying he's a serial unaliver is like crazy to me, bro. I feel a serial unaliver is someone that's just going out their way unaliving innocent people. King Von is unaliving people that would have unalived him if they got the opportunity. I feel it's a difference, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro.
His track Beat Dat Body, where he boasted about taking Duke on hits with him and giving him the menacing nickname King Kong. But the question is, what had Duke done in the streets to make King Von give him such a name? Even though Duke never lived in the Parkway Gardens, aka the O-Block housing projects, his destiny was intertwined with that community from early on.
Now,
still reside in O Block today, or you've moved out since then?
Oh, no, I don't live in that, no. I don't live in that, dog. I thought you said where I was raised at, like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's back up. You were raised in O Block from about 8, 9 till when?
I never lived in
what
that.
I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's true. I never lived in that. I just grew up around in that neighborhood. You know
Got
what I'm
it.
saying?
His family had moved just outside O Block when he was just 8 years old, while having first spent his early years in the so-called Calumet building, aka the Randolph Tower, located only about a block away from Parkway. This building was home to many kids who would later become members of O Block, while at the time it acted as a headquarters for an infamous Black Disciple faction that ran a massive drug operation from there during the 90s and early 2000s, before the building was ultimately demolished in the mid-2000s.
No, I was in that area, like in that vicinity, you know what I'm saying? And once my project got too down, I kind of moved right there, you know what I'm saying, to O Block when I was kind of like a kid.
Duke has opened up in interviews about how his youth was a harsh landscape of poverty and uncertainty.
I grew up, goddamn it, sleeping on the floor, you know what I'm saying, with a house full of people, you know what I'm saying? So that was kind of like a...
And he was also mentioned how he was haunted by the fear of possibly not seeing his own 18th birthday.
Is something gonna happen to me, or will I be able to make it to see this?
Man, nah, bro. No, because being proud of it, it's like, bro, the U.S. military, they be taking pride in their stuff, and real deal, bro. Who's to say the people that they unaliving is, you feel me, like, you feel me, bad people, bro. They fighting for a cause, bro. It's like at the end of the day, with the U.S. military, it's like, if I don't unalive them, they gonna unalive me. And then they gonna take pride in unaliving the person. Who wouldn't take pride of unaliving a person who was trying to unalive them? This person was dissing you, talking about they was gonna smoke you, all this other stuff, and you finally get to catch them slipping, you gonna be proud. And wouldn't you be proud? And I would be proud they ain't gonna back to you.
This age, you know. So.
The halls of elementary and high school served as a breeding ground for alliances and animosities. Other kids who would later become members of affiliated gangs like Lamron, 600, and Front Street.
Oh yeah, we all.
It's not the same though. They taking pride in unaliving innocent people. People that was not thinking about them. People that was not trying to hurt them at all. They take pride in that. That's a difference right there. They ain't taking pride in unaliving someone that was trying to unalive them. It's two different prides, you feel me?
I grew up together, like we all went to the same grammar school, you know? We all went to the same grammar school, and it just went from there, you know, grammar school to high school, and to the age we is now.
And members of rival gangs like O.
The military is not different, bro. The military is not different. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's what they want you to believe, bro. You feel me? The military is fighting a battle that they feel is worth fighting for. Is it worth it? Probably not. But they feel it's worth fighting for. These people feel it's worth fighting for them. Just like the mafia people feel that's worth fighting for. It's all about what they feel like it's worth fighting for. So at the end of the day, it's not no difference. It's just they feel this is worth fighting for, and they feel that is worth fighting for. You feel me? Because lots of military people that's veterans, they regret what they did because they realized what they was doing was wrong. And they was just mindlessly following what the government wanted them to do. And then if you really think about it, like, why am I doing this? Why am I fighting these people? Why am I, you feel me? It's just whatever they think is worth fighting for, bro. But it's really no difference. I ain't gonna bap to you.
5-1 Young Money, who were located on the other side of Washington Park.
We went to school with a lot of motherfuckers from 51st Young Money. It was a lot of their ass, and I ain't gonna lie. A lot of like Rockhead and all their ass, I think. Arrow, all them.
As he got older, Duke would become very close with many of the O Block's most infamous members, including O.D. Perry, T-Roy, and of course King Von. By the age of 14 in 2008, Duke's entanglement with the law became a defining chapter, and his early and frequent arrests and incarcerations led to him dropping out of high school, while also effectively sidelining him during Chief Keef's early ascent to the top of the drill movement in the early 2010s, and the subsequent explosion of King Von's rap career in the late 2010s too.
I say Von was a top moment, but I wasn't around for it. I was kind of locked up, but that was like a top moment.
But when he would be free, between those time periods, Duke plunged headfirst into the streets. As mentioned earlier, the tragic murder of T-Roy ignited a firestorm of vengeance within O Block, and the summer of...
Yeah, technically, if we're going off of it, it's like, well, if you got more than like you unalive like 3 people or more or something like that. But you really look at what a serial unaliver is, it's different, bro. Because it's like, all right, for example, bro. For example, say all the bodies King Von got, he got them bodies because the ops end up seeing him first and they tried to unalive him and he just ended up unaliving them. If that was how all the bodies went, instead of him catching his ops lacking first, the ops caught him lacking and he ended up unaliving them while they trying to unalive him. Would that still be a serial unaliver? You feel me? Would you still say that's a serial unaliver if he unalive someone that's literally in the process of trying to take his life at the current moment?
Of 2017, named the Summer of Get Back, became synonymous with the chilling moniker the Get Back Gang, as O Block members were out for revenge. Later on, whispers in the streets and rumors on the internet have often pointed to Munna Duke having been one of the central figures in this series of retaliatory killings that followed T-Roy's death. The bloodshed began on May the 14th, 2017, as Warren Delton, known in Jaro City as Lil Ho, became the alleged victim.
You see, but you see, you put in laws on it now. You put in laws of it. Now, the point of what I say is, with that is, now these people will want to do that to King Von. They will want to do that to him. That's what they literally said. All the people that he unalive, they literally said they want to smoke him. So now, if it would now be self-defense, if the people was literally coming to go do it, now he not a serial killer because they actually decided they was in the process of doing it. But either way, they still was going to do it if they got the opportunity. But since they didn't get the opportunity to do it, now he's a serial unaliver. But if they actually caught him slipping first and he unalived them in self-defense, now it's just self-defense? No. A serial unaliver is someone that's unaliving innocent people that don't got nothing to do with anything. How Jeffrey Dahmer just used to pick up random people at the bar. Ted Bundy just pick up random innocent people. Like, that's a serial unaliver. And I would say the military is more serial unalivers than these gangsters, just because you hear how they be unaliving little kids and all that other stuff in them different countries. They be doing all types of messed up stuff, bro. And those be real innocent people. Like these people that be getting unalived, these people want to be involved in the streets. I'm not condoning the street stuff or whatever, but they want to be a part of that. Why should we like it's such they not unaliving someone that's innocent, bro? It's a difference, bro. These people that want to be involved in the streets, okay, that's what comes with it on game. Real deal. It ain't like no, oh yeah, you feel me? A serial unaliver is like Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, stuff of that nature, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Real deal, bro. Because if that's the case, lots of people will be serial unalivers. Lots of police serial unalivers, military people serial unalivers. So many people.
Victim of the Get Back Gang, as he stood with a group near 62nd and Eberhard, only a few minutes drive from O Block. 4 shadowy figures emerged from an alley. 3 unleashed a hail of gunfire that struck Lil Ho down, and in a brutal display, at least one shooter stood over his fallen body, delivering multiple final shots before vanishing back into the streets. The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrators a mystery to this day, but many key Get Back Gang members, such as McAdoo from 600 and E-Dog, Gleesh, and Duke from O Block, are regular.
Folks named McAdoo. I ain't gonna bap to you. That's a crazy name, bro. That's a funny name, McAdoo.
Regularly considered to be the main suspects. Just 8 days after Lil Ho's murder, on May the 22nd, the violence continued as Jamie Jones.
And other bro was named Lil Ho. I ain't gonna lie to you. These names starting to get just as bad as the UK, bro. I must have been watching this Chicago content for real, because I talk about the UK people. This sounded like some of the names that y'all UK people will have. Lil Ho. Like, come on now. That's crazy.
Known in the streets as MOB Jamo, was driving westbound on 59th Street at LaSalle when an occupant of another vehicle opened fire, striking him multiple times. Authorities identified him as a gangster disciple, and his death occurred in the heart of a known gang conflict zone. Though concrete evidence would again remain elusive, the hand of the Get Back Gang was once again suspected, with rumors placing 600 members, McAdoo and Cap, and O Block members, Duke and HK, at the scene. The violence continued a month later. On June the 16th, Taekwon World member Sherrod Rhyme, better known as Poppy, was at his workplace at the L&P Foods and Candy Warehouse on the corner of 71st and State Street.
The victim. So he worked at this candy store.
Shortly after 3 p.m., a seemingly ordinary act of assisting a customer would turn deadly.
The subject was putting groceries in the vehicle.
When a shooter suddenly appeared from a four-door vehicle, firing multiple shots at point-blank range before quickly getting back to the vehicle, which would then flee northbound.
Okay, at part 363 Adam, it was a dark four-door vehicle. The subject jumped out, shot at close range, got back in, and fled northbound on State.
3 of these shots would hit Poppy's head, and he would have no chance of surviving. The brazen murder had several witnesses who offered a description of the shooter, around 6 feet tall with dreadlocks and face concealed by a mask.
Male black, 6 foot with dreads and a white t-shirt and jeans.
Initial suspicions fell on T-Roy's brother, HK, who was seen flaunting his T-Roy pendant in the aftermath of the murder, as if sending a message that he had indeed avenged his brother's death. And after this incident, HK, or Heck as he was known at the time, would get his nickname, the initials HK actually being short for Headshot King. But
I ain't gonna bet. I heard from the Redditology, bro, that HK was real life putting in work. I ain't gonna appreciate the gift, my brother. They said HK was like real life putting in work. But honestly, bro, his brother passed away. I feel like some crash outs, like I feel like it's reasonable crash outs. You feel me? Like I ain't gonna bap to you. If you at least gonna crash out over something, like, you feel me? Someone do something to your family member, yo, day one. People be crashing out just because someone said F the street. You don't even own not one house on that street, and now you finna go smoke someone because they said F the street. They didn't ever say F none of your homies. Like, people just be crashing out for no reason. Like, I feel like this is a little bit more justifiable crash outs, and we don't condone nothing in this educational documentary.
But while the murder of Poppy has always been attributed to HK, the narrative would get more complex, as members of Taekwon World would heavily memorialize Poppy after Duke's murder, perhaps hinting at a deeper and more direct connection between Duke and Poppy's killing. The witness's description of the shooter was a tall figure with dreads, and that would chillingly align more closely with Mana Duke's appearance at the time, who was both taller than HK and had slightly longer dreadlocks. This convincing some that Poppy's killer had indeed actually been Duke, while it's also possible that he might well have been the driver for the hit. The following year, on June the 16th, 2018, the bloodshed revisited the streets. It was around 9:50 p.m. when 2 men were gunned down outside of a restaurant on the 400 block of the East 63rd Street, only a stone's throw away from O Block. Troy Hampton, an innocent janitor, aged 43, was struck in the chest, dying at the scene.
You see, bro? That's what I'm saying, bro.
O Block, Troy Hampton.
Like, that's what we don't condone. You feel me? Like I said, if you unaliving people that's involved with the streets, that's cool. But if you unalive someone that's an innocent person, that's a goofy. That's real life goofy behavior. And you seeing free a person that hit an innocent person, bro, when that could have been one of your innocent family members, you a goofy too. And you need to be in jail with them on game. Plain and simple, bro. No matter if you my favorite rapper in the world, bro. You cannot condone goofy behavior. I ain't gonna back to you. And I was gonna say something because his eyes is, who is this guy? Is this the guy that did the shooting, bro? Or is this the person that got shot? Because I don't want to say nothing. I'm just not going to say nothing because I don't know who he is right now.
An innocent janitor, aged 43, was struck in the chest, dying at the scene, while 22-year-old DeAndre Wallace, known as Get Right or Man Man from STL EBT, also fell victim to the hail of bullets, succumbing to his wounds in the hospital. Surveillance footage painted a grim picture, showing 2 shooters running up and relentlessly targeting both victims, even continuing to fire at Get Right as he lay helpless on the ground. And while officially unsolved, online theories have pointed strongly towards 2 members of O Block, Mana Duke and the infamous shooter from the younger generation called Muwop. In the same month, King Von ominously tweeted about a new op pack that his brothers had created, while O Block veteran E-Dog added fuel to the fire, posting a picture featuring Muwop and Duke, accompanied by the caption, "You better get right or get left," a phrase also used in other social media posts that featured both Muwop and Duke. Muwop himself would share a photo with Duke in what fans speculated was them reenacting the murder, as Muwop makes a gun with his fingers pointing directly at the camera, while Duke's gun fingers point towards the ground like he's standing over somebody and shooting, with Muwop captioning the post saying that people have no idea what type of bond they have together, while
I mean, or they could just be, lots of people just do this too. People also just do that, just as like a pose. It could not have no meaning to it at all. I'm just saying, but I don't know. I'm not the radiologist.
while ending with the cryptic line that the picture speaks for itself. King Von's track Problems, again, would also eerily mirror the details of this horrific incident, with lyrics describing shooting both the target and a witness, while King Von can even be seen gesturing towards Duke in the track's music video right after he raps these lines. After earning his stripes in the streets, and unfortunately losing King Von, who at the time of his runaway rap career looked like O-Block's ticket out of the streets, Duke himself would start rapping in 2021, with what appeared to be his first ever song, 12 AM. A clear homage to King Von's 2020 song, 3 AM, Duke even interpolated Von's flow in his version of the track, while the song as a whole was an incredibly disrespectful diss towards O-Block's dead enemies, with one lyric referencing a shooting where a woman got hit, rapping that even if a girl gets hit, he doesn't give a F because he's trying to do his ops like FBG Duck, who was famously shot dead by O-Block members who would also hit the woman that he was with. Duke would also give a shout out to one of Duck's killers, C Murder, as well as shouting out Heck, or the Headshot King, rapping how they are the Get Back Gang, kind of implying that HK was his alleged partner in crime and the potential shooter or driver during the hit on Taekwon World member Poppy. Duke would also rap about lurking in the streets trying to kill their ops so much that they forget to even eat dinner, while proudly repping his King Kong nickname that King Von gave him, and saying that you can't even hang out with him if you haven't killed someone. The song also had a music video where
I would never be around you, bro. On game. You telling me I got to crash out and potentially spend the rest of my life in prison to hang around you? Who do you think you are, buddy? I'm not going to be around you.
Duke can be seen rapping in O-Block, flanked by some of the most notorious members like E-Dog and Muwop. Fans loved the song, with many saying that he even had some of King Von's spirit in him and that they were excited for Duke having a bright future in the rap game. Duke followed that up with songs like Winnin' and Right Back, where he rapped about doing drills where the witness was killed too, with some believing that this is another reference to the janitor that was killed on the Get Right hit. The song was
You see, if you did it the correct way, honestly, bro, you wouldn't have to, like, you wouldn't have to worry about unaliving witnesses. If you did it the right way, you feel me? Like, yeah, but that should not be nothing to be proud of, bro. That's goofy. If you're talking about unaliving an innocent witness, bro, if you would have did the drill the correct way, it wouldn't be no innocent witness knowing who you was, you feel me?
was an instant classic. One comment said that Duke was even picking up where King Von left off, and another called Duke 3 for 3 as a rapper. For fans that were longing for that Von-esque flow on hard-hitting beats, Duke appeared to be someone that they could bet on to take over the rap game. Duke also collaborated with other O-Block rappers like Ocho Munna and Prince Dre on the remix for Ocho's Bean It song, followed by the songs No Hook and Off the Porch. Then moving on to one of his biggest releases of his career, this interestingly being his first international collaboration with the UK rapper Millions. Their track 10 to the O was an epic collab where Millions actually went to O-Block and shot a music video with all the iconic O-Block members, with Duke rapping lyrics about a murder eerily resembling Get Right's, saying that he caught someone lacking in front of the store. The video even ended in a respectful chain swap between these two international drill artists. Duke was making big moves internationally with his music, and there would also be a rumor that Duke had seemingly tapped in with Central C's most feared op, Digga D, for a collab. And while nothing officially got released, a leaked track called Legally Blind featured
Dang, he playing crazy, bro, linking up with Central C. You know how Central C, you see, y'all people in Chicago don't know that Central C got like 5 hats. The UK people call Central C the Bloodhound Lil Jeff of the UK.
the two artists, with Digga immediately dissing a dead op that they've been smoking on so much that he believes that he's now the UK's Tuka, and Munna Duke would rap about being a 13-year-old shooter looking for a body and then walking up and shooting at close range. Duke was getting a lot of motion as a rapper, and he kept releasing singles and music videos all the way through 2022. Then, leading up to the release of his full project, Munna Duke would release the track Passenger Side, rapping that he didn't cry after Von died, but he still planned on getting Get Back, a message most likely aimed at Quando Rondo and Lil Tim, suggesting that the Get Back gang might still be out looking for blood. While Duke would also shout out the up-and-coming generations of O-Block. Then, in August 2023, he released a full project called Welcome to the Jungle, the title and cover art being a clear nod to the fearsome O-Block housing projects. Duke promoted the project with music videos like the song Intro, where he introduced himself as having money to support his mama by buying her a house, his gang by buying them a chain, whilst also paying for many lawyers. Releasing a full mixtape was a huge achievement for Duke, because in a world where few people survive or even start a music career, let alone having the focus to complete a full body of work, is a monumental achievement. But Duke wasn't slowing down, and he would keep putting out music, like his guest verse on perhaps the longest running O-Block veteran Boss Top's song, Get Back Gang, a song that unsurprisingly paid tribute to the Get Back Gang's brutal campaign of revenge after T-Roy's murder. The song also featured the O-Block legend E-Dog as well as the late Zell Munna. On the track, Duke proudly claimed his King Kong nickname, while rapping how he's back in heck mode after running after ops, and claiming that he puts hits on people for $10,000, as well as promising to slide twice as hard on ops to avenge both T-Roy and King Von. Unfortunately, it It was ultimately this very ethos of never-ending get back that would likely become Mana Duke's own undoing, and like it often happens, the get back would come when he least expected it. On May the 10th, 2025, Mana Duke and Youngin headed to the north side of Chicago to the Edgewater neighborhood for a fun night out, as they were celebrating fellow O-Block veteran Gleesh's birthday. They would spend the night at the Pork Chop Barbecue Restaurant and Bar on the 6300 block of North Broadway. But as their evening at the restaurant came to a close, and Duke, Youngin, and their group exited the restaurant, at least 2 gunmen, who had reportedly been hanging out in front of the restaurant waiting for them, would jump out of a vehicle, firing at least 50 shots, hitting Duke, Youngin, and a...
Now, it either had to be a back door, or they was posting their location. One of the two. But then at the same time too, when you go to places like that, you don't know who the people know up in there. Someone could probably know your ops. And then they, oh yeah, folks up in here cooling and stuff, and now they waiting on you and stuff. But I don't think, like, how they just gonna know you there, you feel me? Unless you post or someone end up backdooring you, you feel me?
Third man, who some thought to have been Domo from the 600 set, a brother of the founder of 600 called Dthang. Unfortunately, both Youngin and Duke would tragically pass away, and thankfully, the third man ended up surviving. The aftermath of the shooting was recorded by passers-by that showed Youngin's lifeless body laying on the pavement.
He's a wreck, man. I don't know what the going on. Shit right. You straight? You got shot? Yeah.
An officer familiar with the investigation told newspapers how security video showed the gunman escaping in a stolen Infiniti Q50, which cops found less than 2 hours after the shooting, abandoned and burning on the 600 block of East 134th Place, almost 30 miles south from the scene of the shooting in the far south side. Mana Duke had posted a story on his social media just 6 hours before the incident, his last Instagram story featuring him in the car with whom many believe to be Youngin, Domo, and Domo's sister.
Nah, if he was in Evanston, bro, no, someone had to drop, it was backdoor, bro. They was in Evanston, gang. I think they was in, bro, that's far. That's a decent little drive, bro. And I was staying on 76 and South Shore. And that was a decent little drive from South Shore. And South Shore is closer that way, you feel me? Not the closest, but it was still far. Like, I ain't gonna back to you, bro. I think they was in Evanston, because they said they got took to, like, Evanston Hospital and stuff.
Listening to G Herbo and flexing jewelry including his O-Block chain. Meanwhile, Youngin's last post was ominously captioned, "We outside, DM the gang for the location," and Youngin too would be spotted wearing his O-Block chain at the gathering. It would be one such O-Block chain, allegedly splattered with blood, that Duke and Youngin's alleged killers would post not long after the murder, snatched off an O-Block member's corpse, or at least...
Dang. Also, they just want to go to jail. But at the same time, they masked up. But it's like, I hope they ain't posting this on their personal page. Because it's like, you will be masked up in this, and then you will have a picture on your page of you showing your face. I hope it's not one of those cases, because you're going to jail if it is.
That's what the posters wanted everyone to think. News of the deaths begun to spread quickly online, with associates confirming Mana Duke and Youngin's passing through heartfelt posts, including those members of O-Block who were particularly close with the two, like Muwop, Duke's alleged right-hand man in the murder of Get Right. Mana Duke had also recently become a father, welcoming a child with the former partner of OTF Dthang, the late brother of rapper Lil Durk. But following him and Youngin's death, it wasn't just those close to them paying their respects, as the well-known ops of O-Block, like STL, EBT, Taekwon World, and Gyro City, would immediately begin to troll on social media. Taekwon World members paying tribute to their fallen friend Poppy, this playing to the long-held rumor that Duke had been involved in his murder. But surprisingly, none of them would pay tribute to Get Right, which many people on Reddit would argue was actually proof that Duke wasn't one of the shooters in that case. But meanwhile, O-Block and their younger generations like TSG would make social media posts promising get back, with members of TSG announcing to the world, and probably the police, that they were already busy sliding on their ops, posting on social media, asking where the ops are, and
Now, definitely posting to the police too. It ain't no probably. The police be looking at them social media pages and stuff.
that they must have gone into hiding knowing that O-Block was on hunting time. But who they were hunting is a completely different matter, as it seems that when it comes to the possible suspects, there are many different theories. One of the leading drill reporters in Chicago, or drill historian as he calls himself, Truth Teller TV, would suggest that the murder may well have been in retaliation for the murder of rapper FBG Duck, meaning that the suspects may be from the sets close by O-Block, like STL EBT, aka Tukaville, where Duck was from, or possibly Taekwon World, which has many members closely affiliated with Duck's set.
You know, it's a real war going on. It's already talk in the street that this is get back for FBG Duck. And they did this for FBG Duck. I'm not sure.
Who is Brody? Who is Brody? Truth Teller TV. I heard of his page before, but how did what? Off the back, he saying FBG. Y'all just quick to be saying this. It's their main op. They was gonna get back for someone else, bro. Y'all don't even know. It could be a whole different person, bro. Y'all just, oh yeah, get back for woo woo.
I don't want to throw that out, but I can tell you, it looked like they were targeted and murdered. The streets are talking, and people saying this revenge for Dope.
Another YouTuber from Chicago, also known as a Gyro City original and a close friend of FBG Duck, FYB J-Main, would take to his YouTube channel to comment on the situation, racking up hundreds of thousands of views within a matter of days, and reporting on the murders with a somber tone, despite being from the rival area.
Sad day in Chicago, bruh. Two of the main old blockians lost their lives last night, bro, due to gun violence in Chicago, bro. We don't know what's going on, bro. So it's kind of early to start pointing fingers and all of that. It's never a good feeling when you lose a brother, you lose somebody who's close to you, you even lose somebody that could be a friend that you could be able to call.
As those who have followed the Chicago drill scene know, despite J-Main's previous involvement in the gang war as a member,
that Mohawk is diabolical. That Mohawk is diabolical for sure.
Of a gang who were some of the main rivals of O-Block, he spent the last few years pushing peace in the Chicago drill community and trying to build bridges between people from rival gangs, even visiting O-Block himself in vlogs while attempting to repair the fractures between these two warring communities.
Do y'all homework on I got one of the original old blockians taking me to the O right now. Let's just start here.
That address, I want to show that motherfucker. Come on, go here. What we doing? Ready up? Alhamdulillah, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Alhamdulillah. We represent that Muslimatic, man. Represent that Muslimatic. We got J-Main, we got DQ from O-Block. We bring it, man. We making peace. We pushing peace and prayer on purpose. Alhamdulillah, the brother's gonna make peace right here on camera. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
However, not everyone was welcoming J-Main with open arms, and during a subsequent visit to O-Block, he was forced to flee the scene after O-Block veteran E-Dog turned up, furious about J-Main.
You said forced to flee the scene. J-Main literally just turned his back and walked away.
Making comments about him in interviews.
He got me on DJ. He can't do this.
Mana Duke had actually come out after this visit and dissed J-Main too, suggesting that it was disrespectful of him to pose with his cereal brand in front of King Von's mural whilst also wearing a ski mask.
I ain't gonna lie to you. J-Main know what he be doing, bro. He know what he be doing, bro. Real deal, that is kind of crazy to have your cereal on instead of knowing that you diss J-Main. You was dissing King Von, bro. Like, bro was dissing King Von a lot. And now you taking a picture of King Von mural promoting your whoops. That's pretty diabolical, J-Main. You do hit different.
It's understandable why O-Block members might have felt some type of way, because before J-Main was pushing peace, he was known for pulling stunts like going to O-Block with a machine gun on him. After apparent pressure behind the scenes, J-Main would take to his channel once again, giving a chilling update on how he's been warned about pushing peace with his former rivals, given just how deadly the beef still is.
Both was telling me now, J-Main, you better keep it on you now. Two old blockians just got whacked. You even the whoop man out here pushing this piece and you out here trying to stop the violence. But whole time, when shit like this happen, it's kind of a smack in the face. Do something different in my life, bro. Either you gonna respect me or you not.
But somewhat surprisingly, suspicions on the culprits of this double murder would also begin to fall on O-Block's former friends, Front Street, as online sleuths would claim that the person in the pictures holding the O-Block chain while wearing a ski mask was actually a Front Street member called Bawop, who, according to online detectives, is tied to at least 2 other murders, these being towards Front Street and O-Block's common enemies, the murder of Cord from STL EBT in 2021 and Lil Take from Taekwon World in 2022. Then, another leaked image would get posted on Reddit, showing another alleged member of Front Street wearing the same chain, the caption simply being a series of
bro had someone inside the close friends and they end up snitching. You see, who do you get in your close friends, brother? You thought all this information wasn't gonna get out because you posted all your close friends. Someone end up screenshotting it, bro. You cooked.
Laughing emojis. But as the person who had posted the image would notice that it had been shared on Reddit, he would seemingly decide to delete his entire Instagram account, with the Redditors predicting that their self-snitching had made certain that they would get caught. Meanwhile, O'Block would catch wind of the rumors floating around the net, with both Ike Munna and Ocho Munna commenting on a post saying that the chain isn't Youngun's or Duke's. And in reality, it seems unlikely that anyone would spend time trying to remove a chain off someone's neck in such a public place, not knowing if the victim's friends were going to return fire at any moment. Meanwhile, other Reddit detectives have pointed out how the getaway vehicle was found burning literally right next to the Altgeld Gardens, the home of OTF Chuckies, and Action Savage's Ghoulie Gang, aka Bloodbath, while their members would also post subliminal Instagram posts, like an emoji showing 2 fingers up, this seemingly implying that they had just caught 2 of their ops. If these rumors are true, this could mean that O-Block is about to face some very difficult times, and the question becomes, who would Lil Durk and his OTF affiliates side with? Their longtime friends from O-Block, who have done many things with Durk and for Durk, but who have...
Bro, I don't ever think, bro. You see, it's multiple people talking about it, bro, claiming they did something, bro. So it's like, you got to take that with a grain of salt, gang. It's 2 different people. Yeah, it said Front Street said something about it. You just said Chucky and them said something about it. Now it's like, come on, brother. It could probably be none of them. Be a whole different op. You never know, you feel me? And honestly, if that did play out with Chucky and them being that, I don't think Lil Durk would really like care for real. Honestly, just because Durk is not really cool with O Block like that. Y'all gotta understand, bro. Durk is not from O Block. He not really cool with them O Blockians like that, bro. Real deal, bro. How many O Blockians do you really see around Lil Durk? If you think about it, you don't really see too many O Blockians. The main O Blockian that Lil Durk was around was King Von. King Von was really the reason why I feel Lil Durk was even still cool with them. King Von gone. I don't think Lil Durk really care about O Block. Honestly, you feel me? In my opinion.
have recently lost many key members due to death or prison, or Ghoulie Gang, whose rapper Chucky is currently one of the top artists on Lil Durk's OTF label, which desperately needs somebody to bring in money now that Durk will likely stay locked up for a long time. Many people seem to think that this case could be solved any day now, if the Chicago police are just willing to allocate some of the required resources, but they often take their time, and only time will tell if anyone is going to face justice. So for now, I just want to say rest in peace to Mana Duke and Youngun, and for anybody watching this growing up in these...
Yeah, we don't condone nothing. It's educational, informational documentary. And I like to say rest in peace to everyone who lost their life in this video. You feel me? We don't condone none of this stuff, man. But on that note now, O Block, you feel me? I don't want y'all to get it twisted when I say O Block is not as bad as everybody make it seem. That O Block is not bad. Because as y'all can see, O Block get wild, you feel me? But it's still like, you feel me? It's the same going on in other hoods as well, too. You feel me? So it's just y'all know about O Block the most. So that's why O Block gonna get talked about the most, you feel me? But outside of that, man, you already know what I'm finna say. If you watch this educational, informational documentary all the way through, I know you messing with another educational, informational documentary. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any documentaries like this. You said Toronto. I thought you said Toronto. I gotta finish the that Casper video. I started on. I think that's his name, Casper. Shit. Shrek 4 gonna be ass. I honestly didn't even know they was coming out with a new Shrek, bro. I thought they was done with it, bro. I don't even really try to even pay attention to the new shit they make or the old shit because they just fuck it up. I haven't really seen no remakes or like part 4s or some old shit that was really good for real. Lots of that shit just fuck up everything, bro, and destroy it. in your swamp. Yeah. It's crazy how they be doing all these bogus remakes. Need to get these other videos. I did that for you, man. Early 20 minutes. Okay, Money and K-Money and Casper from Toronto is the most toughest drill rappers. I ain't gonna bap to you. They might be the most dangerous rappers from Toronto after watching this video today. Y'all finna find out why I'm saying this about them, though. Now, I don't really know too much about Toronto, but I heard when you see these light skins, you better go the other way because it ain't gonna go well.
And only set the stage for what was next to come. He followed up with an album of 15 tracks called Ghost Town Volume 1, and once again picked a song to pair with visuals. He chose In My City, and in September of 2014, he put out the video, which got the same amount of attention as his last release. A few months later, in December, Casper partnered with Sunny Visual and dropped All About Me, which again totaled around 100,000 views. He was picking up some traction, but the process was about to be expedited the following year, in February of 2015. Casper recalls that one morning he decided to smoke a blunt, likely a backwoods, before heading to school. After his wake and bake, suddenly a chorus for a song came to him. He decided to skip class so he
Why did you have to say likely a backwood though? Like, I feel like you could have left that out, but
could write down the lyrics before they left his mind. The lyrics that he wrote ended up being the hook that would jumpstart his career. He recorded the track Dope Boy and then partnered with 6buzz Premieres and released it on their channel. It reached over 750,000 views within a month, which could be considered viral, at least for underground rap. Currently, it's got 4.5 million views and counting, and it still remains one of his most popular songs to date. A couple of months after dropping that gem, Casper put out another volume of Ghost Town, which had 6 songs. He was productive in 2015 and made good use of the clout he acquired from Dope Boy. He spent the rest of the year putting out well over a dozen notable songs matched with videos. Some were more popular than others, but the view count was steadily climbing each time. In October of 2015, he released Dope Boy the album, which had some older songs but a few fresh ones too. It looked like Casper was finishing off the year on a good note, or so he thought. In late December of 2015, it's reported that he was wrongly jailed on robbery and firearm charges. But during the time he was locked up, the channel M-Works released his single again, and then his team uploaded Know Me to his official channel on his behalf. Now, Dope Boy is what jump-started Casper's career, but Know Me is what propelled it to another level. The song received more views than his last several releases combined, getting nearly 6 million and rising, making it the most popular on his resume. Once he was out of jail in late January of 2016, he had an even bigger wave to surf and was back at it again. This is around the time that K-Money entered the picture, and they came together to drop Up, and that was the start of their musical chemistry. Besides when the brothers featured together, Casper has a bunch of independent tracks under his belt that he put out that year. Too many to mention in detail, but Oops, Winnin', I Know, and Day Ones are a few. It wasn't until 2017 that Casper would have his busiest year yet. He still had hype from Dope Boy and Know Me, amongst other songs, but he was about to add a lot more quality content to his portfolio. He dropped Queen Street West, Unforgettable, Brown Hunneds, Burberry Closet, Freeze, In My Blunt, can go on forever, and I really could go on forever because those aren't even all of them. For the songs in that list that didn't reach millions of
So is Casper better than K-Money? Cause I ain't gonna bap to you. I heard that K-Money stuff, and I'm like, bro, how's y'all calling him a Toronto legend? He not that good for real, in my opinion. Is Casper better or nah?
views, they got close to it. One of the tracks, Freeze, which came out in September 2017 and featured recently arrested rapper Top 5, was the first time Casper's music made it onto the Hip Hop Canada's Spotify playlist. Since then, Casper has maintained his presence with tracks like Harmonix Made a Hit, Don't Care Anymore, Still the Same, Have You, Splash, and others. By that time, Casper and K-Money were already doing shows in Toronto.
Then in top 5, y'all said top 5 robbed K-Money. Is that true? That's crazy if it's true and his brother got a song with him.
The GTA and beyond, and even sold out a show in Ottawa. Needless to say, your name has to ring some bells to get to that level. Overall, it's hard not to respect Casper's work ethic when it comes to making music. To this day, he has over 11 mixtape and albums that he's put out, totaling hundreds of songs. If you compare him to K-Money, it's probably tough to say which brother is the better rapper. But when it comes down to who has the...
Oh no, that's bad. That's bad, bro. If you can't determine which one's the better rapper, I don't think either one of them good then.
Bigger portfolio or more experience, it's gotta be Casper. But now that we went over the music aspect of his life, it's time to discuss the mischief in his past. I mentioned the short time that he wrongfully spent in jail, but there's definitely more on his rap sheet. So let's go back in time once again and look at things from another perspective. So Casper seems to have quite the criminal history.
So you telling me, oh yeah, Casper and them, they finna get back in the street. You know, Casper and them, they only get it in blood. They only get it back in blood, so I'm finna pray for GGG, you feel me?
With minor offenses dating as far back as 2013. In August of that year,
that outfit is diabolical, bro. Even for back in the day, that outfit is just diabolical, bro. Did you see the shoes he had with that? He had some red shoes with, bro, what?
History, with minor offenses dating as far back as 2013.
No, look at this outfit, gang. It ain't no way you popped out for a music video like this.
In August of that year, Casper ripped a cell phone out of a girl's hand and was later charged with robbery. A few years later, in July of 2015, Casper was one of the assailants who jumped a man, in which the victim was stabbed and suffered a cracked rib. He was charged with aggravated assault.
You see what happened to you? Not hearing what happening right now. You talk about they ain't worry too much. All right, you hear what's happening in this video. I'm just giving y'all a friendly reminder of what they be doing in these streets.
Robbery and conspiracy to commit an indictable offense. This was around the time when K-Money and Casper moved in with their mom in Riverdale. And remember how I said they had an eventful few years there? Well, apparently their gang ties and any politics that came with it had followed them to their new home. It's said that rocks were constantly being thrown at their house, and in a more serious incident that happened in May of 2016, their mom's house was shot up, which ended up killing the family cat that was inside. These occurrences...
No, they some goofies. They some goofies right there. I ain't gonna back to you. So you throwing rocks at the op's crib, and then you shoot up his crib and only hit the cat. They gotta get the Goofy Award for sure.
This eventually led to K-Money and Casper moving out, which was probably for their family's safety, since it's reported that their mom had several of her other children living there too. For the rest of the summer, that area in Riverdale saw 3 separate shootings, and there was even a news article reporting on it. I don't know if the incidents are connected to K-Money and Casper, but they stick out in what otherwise looks like a quiet residential neighborhood. I mean, there's a church right on the corner of where one of the shootings went down, but unfortunately it didn't.
No, that's a nice looking church though. Cause I was finna say, bro, it's churches and diabolical stuff be happening right in front of the church, bro. If it's in the hood, but that do look like a nice church. I'm not gonna bat to you.
Didn't deter the gunman. Anyways, a court document says that the brothers moved back in with their dad, but I'm not sure if he still lived in Regent Park or not. But it's also possible they already had their own place, since there's an apartment linked to them on the books. In June of 2016, the police were working with a confidential source who was able to provide them with a bunch of information that ultimately led to a search warrant. The police executed the raid on a unit at 150 Dan Leckie Way, an upscale condo located in downtown Toronto, near Fort York Boulevard and Bathurst Street. The address was said to be associated with both Casper and K-Money, and was considered by authorities to be a stash house. Well, the police entered the unit, but no one was inside at the time, and no arrests were made. About 1 year later, in July of 2017, the police got the green light for another warrant at the same address. They once again made their way into the unit, but this time it wasn't vacant. They found Casper sitting with his pregnant girlfriend on the couch. The police searched the kitchen and saw a bunch of bad crack on the dining table, and inside one of the kitchen cabinets was a bunch of other drugs. Officers continued looking around the apartment and entered one of the bedrooms. They immediately noticed a handgun lying on a mattress in plain sight. In the bedroom closet, they found several rounds of ammunition, as well as bullets scattered on the floor. Along with that, there were 4 cell phones and 5 digital scales found. The result of the raid was the police seizing a 1911 handgun, 8 rounds of 45 caliber ammo, 5 rounds of 40 caliber ammo, a few grams of coke and fentanyl, along with $860 in cash. The police also found 116 grams of what was only described as being a doughy white substance, so who knows what that was. The court file states that Casper was charged with possessing a loaded firearm, possession of crack and fentanyl with the purpose of trafficking, and possessing proceeds of
maybe that doughy white substance was used to help, I don't know, cut it. I don't know what, but I don't even mess with anything that's white, like white substances. None of that, bro. I don't like none of that. That finny, that white, none of that. Only I like green on gang.
crime. He was released on bail, and it wasn't until he was already behind bars for the car chase that he would go to trial for these charges. In April of 2019, Casper pled guilty to the offenses, and with time spent in pretrial custody, along with any other credits, his sentence was 2 years, which was to be served concurrently.
That's crazy, bro. 2 years for having that white, a blick, all types of stuff, 2 years. That's because Canada, bro, they not very harsh with their laws, bro. Like, real deal, bro. Well, harsh with the sentences. Like, you would do the most diabolical stuff in Canada, and they'd be like, okay, we'll just give you 8 years. He caught 2 bodies. What do you mean 8 years? Yeah, 4 years for each body on game. That's how Canada people be.
With his most recent charges. In court, it was mentioned that Casper had over 200 volunteer hours in the Gentleman's SWAT, which was a mentoring program for youth, hosted at St. Stephen's Community House. One of his old co-workers described Casper as being not only a gifted musician, but a community-minded, kind young man. So I thought I'd bring up something positive before we move on to the next segment of the video, which is basically the complete opposite. We've now arrived at the big day, May 28, 2018. That afternoon, there were some officers in unmarked police cars patrolling Regent Park and the surrounding area. There had been a recent shooting the night before, so they're on high alert and suspected that something may occur in the near future, and they were right. They noticed a black SUV, and one of the passengers inside was wearing a ski mask, looking more than suspicious. According to Casper, the police were already onto them before anything even went down, but it's not clear how far away they were. This is when the surveillance video captures the story. So I know you've already seen it, but for good measures, let's break down the footage of the chase once again. So it starts with a man in white shorts walking across the frame, who is the target of the shooting. We then see the same man sprinting down the sidewalk, chased by an armed masked suspect who fired a single shot but missed. You see bystanders crouch for cover as the gunman, who is K-Money, appears in the video carrying a Wild Western type of revolver.
That UK type of artillery right there, I ain't gonna back to you, brother. Real deal, doing that in public, bro, that's crazy, bro. Like, how is he not in jail? How is they able to keep on getting out of jail and they real life doing lots of crash out stuff? That's why Canada ain't gonna get no better, because people could do stuff like this and they could get locked up for it and then still be out of jail. They ain't gonna back to you, bro.
Meanwhile, the getaway car, a rented Volkswagen Tiguan, is seen slowly creeping through traffic while waiting on their accomplice. Casper is seen in the passenger seat looking back down the street as his brother conducts his drill. Then the car suddenly reverses as civilians scramble to get inside of a store for cover. K-Money then hopped back in the car before it peeled off down Parliament Street. This is when the video cuts to the perspective of the police. We see an unmarked Grand Caravan direct.
Bro, really did all that for nothing though, if you think about it, bro. He tried to run down the op, shot one time, and then he didn't shoot no more. Bro, why would you walk someone down, try to hawk them down, and only let out one shot, bro? The only logical reason for doing that is if you saying, oh yeah, I was just not trying to hit no innocent people. Then I respect that, bro. But if you say anything other than I wasn't trying to hit no innocent people, I'm like, bro, why you letting off one shot? Unless you only had one shot.
Directly behind the suspect's vehicle, while a patrol car cuts off their SUV from the front. It looked like they were trapped at first, but the driver managed to squeeze his way between the cars, while plainclothes officers lunged out of the vehicles with guns drawn. We then get another perspective of the chase from yet another cruiser. The suspects started speeding down Shooter Street as they swerved around ongoing cars. They zoomed down a long stretch of open road with the police in close pursuit. Moments later, they are forced to make a badly executed right turn due to a car in front of them. The SUV then hits a bet car, and ironically, they're the ones playing crazy taxi today. The driver continues evading, now driving on the wrong side of the street. They managed to weave in and out of cars.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. If I was in the car with someone and they end up crashing like that, let me out. Let me out. Pull over. Because honestly, it's too much traffic for them to even be doing a dash. Real deal. But luckily, they can't really gain that much speed to really do too much damage. But they can mess themselves up bad. But it's like, bro, it's too much traffic for you even trying to do the dash. You just got to take your L. You just add an extra charges at this point.
And nearly escaped the cruiser, but there was a lot of congested traffic since it was downtown during a summer afternoon. With the road clogged up and nowhere else to go, there was only one option left. The driver decided to mount the curb and drive down the sidewalk. You see a woman who was narrowly missed by the SUV as it speeds by with its bumper hanging on by a thread. Then from some random camera.
And it's crazy, bro. They doing all this in an enterprise rental car, bro. I know the rental company is so mad they is never gonna rent to anyone with that name again. I hope that they'll get the rental in one of their people's name because they is cooked. I ain't gonna cap to you when they see that rental car company bill.
Camera on a building rooftop, the suspect vehicle is seen trying to make a left turn onto Mutual Street, but the driver faced some understeer and the vehicle turned too wide and hit a trash bin, stalling the engine. All the doors flung open as suspects jumped out from each side of the car and took off. A cruiser arrived moments later, and that's when the on-foot portion of the chase began. Well, the suspects were on foot, but the police stayed in their cars at first. You can see them running down the street as police close in on them. Moments later, Cayman and Casper are seen running through the parking entrance of a building. Another angle shows them in a full sprint trying to evade the officers. We then see one make their way through a grass area on a light jog, appearing to already be out of breath. The video then cuts to a clip that shows one.
Dang, you are, boy, I ain't gonna bap to you. In my dreams, bro, that do be a problem, bro. I'll be having dreams and stuff, and I'm not able to keep running. I'm like, man, why can't I run? That's crazy, bro. You better, if you want to be doing all this type of stuff, you got to make sure you fit. I ain't gonna bap to you.
One of the men sitting on a curb, handcuffed. Another one of the suspects, who was RK, ran into a parking lot near.
Yeah, they was over with. You see their faces clear as day. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. I think the UK might be the smartest country, bro, when it comes to like the crash outs, bro, because at least they be masked up, bro. We just watched the Chicago video. They ain't had no mask. Canadian video, they don't got no mask. The UK people, they be masked up. That's what I will say about them. I ain't gonna back to you. They're a little bit smarter.
Construction site, and it looks like he was flustered. He headed into the back entrance of a business, which was an espresso bar, but he comes out within seconds, so I'm guessing it was a dead end. He walked around the parking lot a while longer before an unmarked police car pulled up, and officers got out with their weapons in hand. RK then climbed over the fence and jumped into the construction site. He ran through the dirt and mud while a few workers watched.
Yeah, you run away from the police, bro. Honestly, bro, I feel like you should expect to get shot, bro. And if you don't get shot, just consider yourself lucky. Honestly, I just got that in my head. Like, if I ever decide to run from the police, I'm potentially going to get shot, bro. And you just got to keep that in your head. That's why I would never run from the police, because I'm not trying to get shot by 12.
Watched in confusion. He got to the other side of the site and nearly made it to the exit, but he was met by several officers waiting on the other side, who quickly swarmed him. And just for a fun fact, the almost empty construction site is now already a gigantic building. So 2 suspects were captured, and the next clip shows us.
That's what KB be having to deal with. KB out there right now, building roofs and stuff. You got to deal with that in Canada.
That's what happened to the remaining 2. A cruiser pulled up as K-Money and Casper lay handcuffed and face down on the concrete, looking absolutely defeated. The whole chase lasted just a few short minutes, and the police were able to apprehend all the suspects involved. Thankfully, no one was injured when K-Money fired that shot, or from all of that erratic stunt driving. And it's actually fortunate that the pursuit took place downtown, which is probably what helped end it in a timely fashion. If you've ever driven around downtown in Toronto, especially during rush hour, you know that it's a pain to get around, let alone if you're trying to get away from the cops. To pull off something like that, you'd have to be a.
That what really saved him. I ain't going back to you, bro. Real deal, because how Birdie was driving, it looked like he was going to crash. And if bro crashed at high speeds, if y'all didn't have y'all seatbelt on, it probably wouldn't be no running. I ain't going back to you. You wouldn't be able to run. But since you wasn't able to gain speed for real, y'all wasn't hurt like that with him crashing into like 3-4 things.
A Fast and Furious character, or that Baby Driver guy. And the suspect behind the wheel that day definitely wasn't. Anyways, all 4 of the perps were arrested and booked into jail, and 2 firearms were recovered. One in the crashed getaway car and another was found on a suspect. A few onlookers managed to snag pictures of the scene, as well as a video of K-Money while he was being loaded in a cruiser, and a screenshot hit the internet, but the first official word of his arrest came the next day. The story quickly made headlines, getting picked up by major news outlets from all over the city. Details started to surface, such as Casper requesting that the police inform Toronto Star of his arrest because he wanted the clout for when he dropped his next banger, which ended up being the following day while he was in custody. The banger in question was Have You, and he raps about running down his rivals and shooting.
Bro, I don't think he would do that. I think he just wants to be a crash out. But if you're doing that to market your song, that's a crazy marketing tactic that is not gonna last very long for you.
At them, something that his brother had just did the day before. The men were facing dozens of charges between them, most of which were multiple counts. Then 21-year-old Shaquem Anderson, who was the driver, had 20 of the charges against him. 20-year-old Harlan Baldwin, aka RK, held 21 charges, and he was the suspect who had a gun on him when he was caught. K-Money and Casper were facing 14 and 15 charges respectively, including pointing a firearm, possessing a weapon for dangerous purposes, and assault with the intent to resist and endanger life. Half of the men would remain in jail until they faced trial, while the other half were fortunate enough to get bailed out. RK, as well as the driver Shaquem, were released just 2 weeks after being arrested, which sparked controversy and became the subject of a news article.
Now that is pretty crazy for them to be with some people that literally up blick, shot at someone, ran from 12 on the sidewalk. To give them a bond is crazy. But Canada just different.
The article questioned how Shaquem managed to be granted bail, despite having prior gun convictions and being in the middle of 3 years probation. Not to mention, he had a weapons ban.
And bro was on
K-Money and
probation.
Casper would remain behind bars for a year or so, until the group would meet back up for their trial in the fall of 2019. But before getting to the verdict of the case, let's quickly go over the motive that was behind the shooting. Well, the night before it happened, on May 27, 2018, there was a shooting in the Alexandra Park area, around Augusta and Grange Avenue, which is in the heart of PO turf. One male was injured, but the report didn't give much detail. This is the event that allegedly provoked Casper, K-Money, and their crew to target their rivals from Regent Park, the ones who they thought were responsible for the attack. This theory of retaliation was even brought forward in court, but was never proven, and we'll discuss that more in the verdict part. But as you know, PO has an everlasting beef with Regent Park, which over the years has involved several different rappers who go at each other in songs and on social media. I'm not going to dive too deep into the rabbit hole, but Smoke Dogg is obviously someone who I should bring up in the story. He was an up-and-coming rapper from Regent Park who was steadily climbing the charts, around the same time Casper and K-Money were too, while Smoke Dogg was an avid member of Halal Gang, a group that doesn't take kindly to members of Project Originals, and vice versa. Now there was a bunch of drama revolving around Smoke Dogg's chain being snatched, and I won't go too much into it, but eventually the chain ended up in the possession of Casper and another rapper from PO, named Vanali Stacks. All of these rappers and opposing gangs share years of built-up tension, and MG members deciding to go on a mission that day, or the shooting that happened the night before, are just a few of the many incidents linked to the beef. About a month after K-Money and Casper got arrested, Smoke Dogg would film his last music video, Fountain Freestyle, which had a few shots of him standing outside of Atkinson Co-op building, which was a blatant diss towards PO, and it was possibly also a tease towards K-Money and Casper's arrest. Less than a week after dropping the video, Smoke Dogg was killed.
I ain't gonna back to you. I heard this. I seen this on a little video of rappers that got unalived after dissing someone. Do y'all think that really happened because he dissed them, bro? Y'all Canadians, because I know y'all know the truth. Did that happen because he dissed them and slid over to their hood, or it was just, you feel me, something that was gonna happen just because he was just in the streets?
In a brazen downtown shooting on June 30th, 2018. With the dates being so close together, it would look like the music video and his murder were connected, but they weren't. PO isn't the only enemy of Halal Gang. They also have problems with gangs from Driftwood, which is where the shooter, 21 Neat, was from. It said that there was a brief argument before 21 Neat shot Smoke Dogg and his manager, Cobra Prime, in an event that was seemingly unrelated to Fountain Freestyle. So with that,
you see, people just be bapping, bro. People just be saying stuff, bro. I mean, he did pass away after making a diss song, but it's not, he didn't get unalived because of that diss song, which is, you feel me?
out of the way, we're now at the verdict. So Casper and K Money, along with the 2 other accused, appeared in Supreme Court in late September of 2019 to stand trial. All of the CCTV and dashcam footage of the incident was brought forward in the trial, along with other evidence. Casper claims that 90% of the prosecutor's evidence was related to lyrics in his songs, which is probably an exaggeration, but we do know that music is often used against rappers in court. The Crown was trying to prove that the shooting was linked to the one that happened the night before in Alexandra Park. More so, they were trying to prove that it was gang related, and that the men were part of a criminal organization. Fortunately for the accused, the allegations weren't able to be proven, at least beyond a reasonable doubt, which would have tacked on a lot more years to the men's sentences. But it turns out that the defendants weren't looking to put up much of a legal fight. In early October, after 2 weeks of proceedings, all 4 men decided to take responsibility for their actions and pled guilty to a variety of offenses. Shaquem pled guilty to charges including dangerous driving and fleeing police.
Talking about take responsibility of their actions. No, the only reason they just plead guilty and accepted the plea deal because the plea deal was probably the best option for them. That's why they accepted responsibility. But if they was able to beat that case with no consequences, they would not take responsibility of it. I ain't gonna bap to you.
He was sentenced to 4 years. RK admitted to carrying a loaded Smith & Wesson handgun that day and was also sentenced to 4 years. Casper pled guilty to a wide range of charges, like committing an offense while wearing a disguise, bail breaches, and firearm offenses. The judge gave him 18 months, on top of the 2-year sentence he received for the prior drug and weapon convictions from April. K Money pled guilty to similar charges, and also reckless discharge of a firearm. He was the one who pulled the trigger that day, so understandably he received the heaviest sentence out of the group, 7 years. With
Bro, Canada legal system is a joke. Real deal, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. If I was in Canada, I might be more likely to commit a crime if I was in Canada, bro. Real deal, bro. If I was born and raised in Canada, I feel like I would probably be a criminal out there because it's like, real deal, gang. Like, America, I feel, in my opinion, do a very great job of deterring people from wanting to do stuff. People that's logical thinking, they see someone getting hit with 100 years in prison. Oh, yeah, I'm not trying to get no 100 years in prison. Let me cool out. But if I see people getting 4 years for crashing out, man, someone make me mad. All right, you better stop playing with me, bro. Oh, gang, I will crash out, bro, and be out in 4 years, bro. Real deal, bro. That's why people crash out there. I ain't gonna back to you.
Child custody that currently leaves him with just a few years left to serve.
He got, all right, so his homies, they got 4 years. The people that was with him got 4. Folks got 7. That's true. But he got 7 because he had a little bit other extra stuff too. But 7 is not that bad, bro. 7 and 4 years for the people that was with him. I ain't gonna bap to you. I'm not even being with nobody that's committing a crime because in America, you be with them. Oh, yeah, you still getting 20 years, gang. You was with them. Now you got 20 years. Unless you snitch. It's either you snitch or you getting 20 years. That's why I don't be trying to be around that, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. America right there do you dirty, bro.
Official county documents for the case haven't yet been put out, so it's not reported which exact charges they were convicted of. K-Money's lawyer said that the prosecutors were aiming for a 15-year sentence, so it's fortunate that the number was knocked in half. Jack Verk also defended K.
I ain't gonna bap to you. Real deal, bro. They be bapping saying, oh yeah, we was gonna give you this, but we gave you this. Bro, you was gonna give them that from the start, gang. Real deal, bro. Stop playing. Y'all be bapping, bro. America be doing that too. Like they say you gonna get this time. But they told Otto he was gonna be 6 years. He gonna have to spend 6 years in jail. I told Otto, bro, we was in jail. Boy, you ain't gonna have to spend 6 years, gang, bro. That's bad, bro. They just be telling you stuff to scare you, gang. Real deal, bro.
K-Money on his human trafficking charges, and in the past, he's had other clients from the city, like Houdini and Baka Not Nice. So in conclusion, whether or not the group settled for revenge that day, whatever they were trying to do definitely didn't go as planned. They made an effort to get away, but they probably wish that they chose a faster getaway car than a Volkswagen Tiguan. A few minutes of adrenaline cost the men years in prison. In an interview with a channel called Capital T Films,
but I'm not even trying to do 4 years though, real deal. 4 years, 7 years, that's still a pretty long time, but it's better than getting out all that other time, bro. Me personally, I probably still won't crash out over there. Now that I'm thinking back, I was like 4 years, bro. Man, it's so many baddies I could be with in 4 years and still I'm gonna be around a bunch of dudes in a cell. No, I ain't doing that, bro. I ain't crashing out.
Casper speaks live from behind bars about different topics, including his conviction. He said that he wants people to use him, K-Money, and RK as examples, since they are rappers who are on the rise, but mess things up for themselves by getting arrested. On the other hand, he mentions how street politics in Toronto is something that's not going away anytime soon, and he even said he believes it's getting worse. But overall, from what I can take from the interview, it does seem like Casper's maturing, and hopefully he'll have a different mindset once he gets out, which could be soon. Until then, Casper noted that he won't be dropping any more new music, and basically said he's just gonna milk the buzz he already has until the day he's free. It's a shame that he would openly throw away prime years of his career over street beef, especially since it said he was in talks with 2 labels. Some people believe he'll get signed when he gets out, while others believe that labels will see him as a liability. Regardless, let's just hope he focuses on the right things once he's a free man again. As for K-Money, well, he has the longest bid out of the group, but even then, he's still due to be out in a few years. Unlike Casper, K-Money didn't give an interview from prison, so I don't really know his thoughts about what happened. Since being incarcerated, he's made posts showing appreciation to his...
So we don't even need to listen to them, so they get out bapping. They get out tweaking, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. People don't never learn their lesson, gang. They don't learn their lesson until they get hit with the book. They hit them with the whole, oh, you spending your whole life up in here. Now they, oh, no, give me another chance. We gave you another chance. And another one. No, you locked me up. Yeah, that other chance was giving you 4 years, 7 years. That's another chance at life. You feel me? You messed that up. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. If I get locked up for that long, bro, I'm cool now. I'm chilling, living a life, retiring from the streets. I'm done. I'm done, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. I'm not trying to be up in there no more. We don't condone nothing in this educational, informational documentary. But if you watch this educational, informational documentary all the way through, I know you're messing with another one. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any documentaries like this. Okay, money about to crash right now. You talking about with him getting robbed, bro? Him getting robbed, bro, by the top gangster, the top driller, the top killer, whatever y'all want to call him, bro. I know he go by many names in Canada, bro. On gang, I heard he go by many names in the streets. But y'all know. Drake top shooter. You feel me? Lots of names folks go by in them Canada streets, bro. So you feel me? Real deal. Doing song requests. I'll probably do a couple when I get done doing the reactions. Cause I gotta get videos if I got time left. Cause I gotta get these videos done. But I'm hopping on live later though. But I'm getting videos to post for the day. Cause I don't got no videos for the day to post. So I'm gonna have to get off, edit these videos, post them. Then I'm gonna hop back on live. Cause I gotta get off, do some TikToks after I edit this stuff too. But yeah, now I'm most definitely gonna be back on live though. And Otto, my homie, his ass said he gonna pull up. So shit, his ass be down and pull up later anyway. Then down to do this new Skyboy video. Believe he a UK. Peckham Deli is gangster. I'm gonna be the judge of Peckham Deli is gangster. Is he more dangerous than Central C? That's what we gotta find out. We don't know if he's more dangerous than Central C. W system, I love my country. That's why people gonna keep crashing out over there. I ain't gonna back to you. Central C is the most dangerous person in the UK. And now they talking about someone from Peckham is the most dangerous. Like, bro, I never heard of Birdie a day in my life. But what I did hear is Central C putting in work in the streets. He the reason why the ops be inside, if you ain't know. He the one that single-handedly raised the unaliving rate in West London. I saw all this on Reddit. So let's see if the Peckham deadliest gangster is more dangerous than Central C, you feel me? Because honestly, I just can't believe it.
Now, Peckham is a district in southeast London within the London borough of Southwark. It has a reputation of being the most dangerous area in the city. Today I'll be discussing the criminal career of one of Peckham's deadliest gangsters known as M1, also known as Murder Mikes. In 2005, the Peckham boys were also known as Black Gang due to the gang's association with the colour black, as seen by their members.
I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Back in the day was the Wild West, I see. I ain't gonna back to you. I know Uncle them be talking to y'all crazy. Real deal. Cause it's different. We got bigger stuff than them. Uncle them didn't have the type of stuff that we had. But Uncle them in y'all country, they had that stuff for real. And y'all can get the stuff that Uncle had. Like Uncle them really had that stuff. I haven't seen not one UK person flex a gun in a video. I promise you, I never seen a UK person. I see pictures. I seen little pictures and stuff of them holding blicks, but I never seen a UK person wave a blick around. Never seen that stuff. That's how I know it's different times back in the day compared to what y'all got going on now currently in the UK.
Flag in black bandanas. The Peckham boys, although unified, were split into 3 different sets. The older heads became known as Spare No One, aka SN1. The face of SN1 as we know was Giggs. Some other members included Gunner D, Tiny Boost, and Ties. The younger Peckham boys became known as SI, which stood for Shoot Instant. Members included Snap Capone, Killer Kai, Nutty, Butch, etc. Lastly, the even younger Peckham boys became known as PYG, which stood for Peckham Young Gunners. Now within PYG was M1, who these times went by the name Young Gunner D.
Fuck the cranny shit up. Bodies soon start dropping.
PYG, fuck the rest of them. I'll take my S-side, dog. Listen.
That's my slides, man. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. Is it me, bro? Listen, why do UK sound proper, bro? Like UK sound like proper English. So it's like, it sound like y'all come from nice areas, and then you look at the area and you like, bro, this is not a nice area, but it sounds like y'all very sophisticated people on game just by the UK accent. I feel the UK just have a sophisticated sounding accent. I ain't gonna back to you.
Don't know, PY to SI, fuck the rest of them, innit? Time snap, my nigga little Taz here, don't know.
Obviously, it's a Pecky thing.
Pecky,
2008 was a pivotal year in South London. The decades-long beef between Peckham and Ghetto Boys came to an end, while the infamous war between Peckham and Brixton started. The Brixton...
You're saying their language is proper English? Proper English? Because proper English sound like, you know, you ain't gonna really hear no proper English. I ain't gonna back to you.
Gangs, OC/Gas Gang, would be in war with Peckham Shoot Instant and PYG sets. The summer of 2008 would be back and forth shootings between the two areas. In one incident, OC members rode out on Woolworth Road and caught Snap Capone and Butch slipping. Snap and Butch would proceed to run into Costcutter store. The OC member would shoot at them outside the store, but end up striking and killing a civilian. Not long afterwards...
Boom. We keep on hearing all this goofy stuff, bro. Every country, bro, been doing goofy stuff in the videos, bro. If you hit an innocent person, bro, use a goofy. You need to be in jail. And if you think you seeing free a person that hit an innocent person, you need to be in jail with them. I ain't gonna back to you.
OC/Gas released a track called Gunshot Rhythm, in which OC detailed the events and mocked Snap and Butch for running.
Remember when I blew, we all went rolling. Talking in smash store, but you didn't find nothing. Had you running in the shop like you're buying something.
Now Samuel Ogonro was a promising young man studying for a sports leadership qualification at Lewisham College. On the 19th of August 2009, Samuel Ogonro was unwittingly drawn into a criminal scheme by Nutty, real name Ola Apena, a primary school friend and member of Peckham's notorious Shoot Instant set. Apena invited Ogonro for a drive, claiming it was a casual outing during the summer holidays.
Man, that's not his friend, bro. That's a fake friend. He trying to send him off like that and get him to be involved in the streets. And he not been trying to be involved in the streets for real.
Ogonro, unaware of the true purpose, agreed and was picked up from his Peckham home. The group, which included Apena and another friend, drove to Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, where Apena attempted to purchase a Tokarev self-loading pistol and 16 rounds of ammunition. Detectives believe Apena deliberately involved Ogonro, planning to exploit his young age and clean record to transport the gun to London via train, hoping he would evade detection. However, the Metropolitan Police Trident Unit, which targets gang and gun crime, was monitoring the transaction. Officers intercepted the group in Aylesbury, stopping a
Nah, bro. America is the most multicultural place in the world, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's just, it probably feel like y'all the most multicultural, bro, because y'all smaller than us, bro. So y'all able to see all different types of people, bro. But we got y'all people in America, bro. We got everybody in America. It's just America so big, we not gonna see everybody. Y'all more likely to come across all the different types of people because y'all smaller than us. You feel me? Us, it's less likely just because how big, you feel me, America is, you feel me?
Vauxhall carrying Apena and Ogonro. They were then charged with firearm offences and their trial was scheduled for the 1st of June 2010 at Reading Crown Court. As the trial approached, tensions arose among the defendants due to inconsistencies in their accounts of the Aylesbury incident. Ogonro's statement to police reportedly implicated others.
Now that I think about it, I don't be seeing no Hispanic UK people like that for real. If I'm thinking about it, hey, General might be on to something, bro. Y'all don't got Hispanics out there. When have you ever heard a Hispanic person in UK? Have you ever seen a British Mexican on gang? A British Mexican? Real deal. You haven't heard them. Like, how they gonna speak Spanish and British? How would they be able to speak Spanish and British? Think about it, bro. That just would be crazy. I ain't gonna back to you.
Particularly Apena, who feared Ogonro's testimony could undermine a defense and lead to convictions. Apena, while on remand in Oxfordshire prison, began pressuring Ogonro to plead guilty and take sole responsibility for the firearm charges, which would clear Apena and others. To facilitate this, Apena enlisted solicitor Pratish Naik, who contacted Ogonro on the 3rd of February 2009 and met with him on February 8th. By the 10th of February, Ogonro had applied to Reading Crown Court to switch his legal representation to Naik and indicated a willingness to plead guilty. However, as the trial neared, Ogonro became difficult to contact and ultimately decided against changing his plea, refusing to take the fall for Apena's crimes. Frustrated by Ogonro's refusal, Apena orchestrated a murder plot from his prison cell, using smuggled mobile phones to communicate with accomplices. On the
Bro, that's bogus, gang. So you really trying to get him unalived because he didn't want to go to jail for something you had going on? You's a messed up individual, bro. That's just evil.
31st of May 2010, the day before the trial, Samuel Ogonro was lowered out of safety by a phone call, likely from someone he trusted. A gunman shot Samuel Ogonro once in the back of the head, with the bullet passing through his brain, killing him instantly. The alleged gunman was
Yeah, I ain't gonna back to you, bro. That's bogus, bro. Real deal. I ain't gonna back. That's low-key goofy. that's goofy behavior, real deal, because it's like you said, bro wasn't even trying to be involved in the streets, bro, and y'all just trying to send him off. And then since he wasn't trying to be a send off, y'all smoke him. Yeah, no, we cannot condone that. We got to give him a goofy badge.
None other than Murder Mike's. His body was then placed in the front passenger seat of a silver Rover, which was set alight to destroy evidence. The car, which had a front end damage and a hanging bumper, was likely used to transport Ogonro's body to Jowett Street, where it was then discovered burning around 10 PM on the 1st of June 2010. Firefighters extinguished the blaze and found Ogonro's body, which was so badly burnt that he could only be identified by his palm prints. Witnesses reporting seeing 2 or 3 individuals wearing jeans and dark clothing fleeing the scene as the car burned. 23-year-old Shoot Instant member Nutty, real name Ola Apena, was convicted on the 29th of July 2011 of conspiracy to murder, conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, and firearm offences, sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 32 years, while PYG member CS was convicted of perverting the course of justice and given 4 years for setting the car on fire. No one was ever convicted of actually shooting Samuel dead though. One of the Peckham Boys blocks was the Let Some estate in Camberwell, and many prominent Peckham Boy members came from there. Shower Malik, Young Size, Young Shaq, etc. Over time there were growing rifts.
What about Big Shaq? Shaq West. What's hood he from?
Between senior members from Let Some and senior members from Main Peckham. The tension started around 2008 times, but grew over time, escalating into the Peckham Civil War. Members from the Let Some estate split from their Peckham sets and formed the Let Some Gs. From this point, Peckham v Let Some was a very hot war. Now with all this turmoil, the remaining PYG members such as M1, who you also known as Murder Mike's, CS, Tiny Snap, etc. flipped their name to Anti. They rode closely with GMG members such as Jungle, Moe Black, Deej, etc. Now in late 2010, new gang members in Plaistow violated the...
So what, is Anti like saying K? Like, so if you was, instead of saying BDK, you would say BD Anti? Instead of saying GDK, GD Anti? Is that what that means? Is that how you will use it?
Yard of a Peckham member's relative in Newham. In retaliation, 2 Peckham boys, a SN1 member and an anti-member, would be tasked with getting revenge. The anti-member would allegedly be Murder Mike's. Now on the 23rd of October 2010 at 3:20 AM, CGE member Sammy Guns was walking with 3 friends, all aged 15 or 16, when 2 gunmen, described as wearing black clothing and balaclavas, approached from behind and fired approximately 4 shots. Sammy Guns was struck in the upper left chest and died at the scene. A 15-year-old friend who was also a CGE member, thought to be named Edward, was shot in the abdomen but survived after being treated in an East London hospital and later discharged. The other 2 friends were unharmed. The Metropolitan Police Operation Trident led the investigation. Both Samuel and his injured friends were known to police, and the shooting was believed to be linked to...
Nah, folks still say op gang at the K at the end of it. So what is anti? So what does anti mean then?
A turf war between gangs from Plaistow and Custom House, though Samuel's friends and family denied his involvement in any gang activity. 4 men aged 20 to 23 were arrested on the 11th of November 2010 in connection with the murder, but all were released without charge due to insufficient evidence. The murder remains unsolved till this day. Sammy Guns was a loved member in his hood. Plaistow older Z Loco would beat up Peckham rapper Gigs in prison upon hearing the news. Regarding the ongoing Peckham Civil War, there was a set known as...
Bro, I ain't gonna back to you because someone, I forgot who told me this in the chat, bro, but someone said, I said, what's 12 anti? And they said 12 anti mean you don't mess with 12. So I'm like, okay, so anti mean you don't mess with something? I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure out right now. Or if bro just gave me the wrong information.
As Crane Block, who began beefing with other Peckham sets. Crane Block members included Shaq, Tiny Mantis, Vesta, etc.
No. You see the UK, bro? Like the names is like, bro, y'all gotta stop with this. Y'all got Tiny Alien, Tiny Manti, y'all got Monkey. Like, y'all sounding like a Kung Fu Panda group right now. I'm not gonna bat to you with those three names, bro. That's pretty crazy.
They particularly had issues with the GMG X anti side of Peckham. On the 20th,
bro, so they was trolling me, bro. Someone real life told me that 12 anti mean that mean you don't mess with 12. So I'll be like, okay, so anti mean you don't mess with something. Alright, so we anti on game.
29th of December 2010.
Yo, what's the word, my brother?
Crane Block members Vesta, Tiny Mantis and Cookie were on the 8th floor of Heron House, a tower block on the Pelican estate. They were reportedly there to exchange a small amount of cannabis. They would be spotted by GMG members and anti-members, one allegedly being Murder Mike's. They were armed with a handgun and knives. When Vesta, Tiny Mantis and Cookie noticed the group approaching them, they fled. During the chase, Vesta, real name Sylvester Acapalara, was shot in the neck and chest, likely between the 5th and 4th floors. He was found bleeding to death in the 4th floor stairwell and was pronounced dead at the scene. Sylvester's two friends were pursued to the ground floor, where they were blocked from exiting by some of the attackers. Both were stabbed multiple times, and attempts were made to shoot them, but the gun jammed, allowing them to...
That's because they using, bro. I know why y'all guns be jamming, bro. It's either because y'all using them guns from World War I, or y'all loading the bullets in backwards. And I seen someone load the bullets in backwards in the UK, bro. You gotta watch that video. I'll be like, I don't know what y'all got going on out there, but I've been seeing some things, and some of the stereotypes have been coming true, bro. I'm seeing some of the stereotypes here is true now, bro. When I see the gangsters loading in the bullets the wrong way and stuff, hitting people with axes and stuff, like, I ain't gonna bap to you. Why you got someone named Axeman? Real deal. You see? The stereotypes are starting to fit.
To escape with injuries. They fled and were later treated for their wounds. Now, as the police investigated the murder, hundreds of stop snitching leaflets were posted around the Crane Block. Despite this, Tiny Nutty, who was anti, and Jungle, who was GMG, were convicted of the murder. Tiny Nutty received a minimum 26.
So, is 12 anti connected with anti, bro? Or they not connected at all, bro?
Year sentence, and Jungle received a minimum 30 years on the testimony of Cookie. Yet again, Murder Mike's remained in the clear. In 2011,
I ain't gonna bap to you. A dude with the name Cookie is pretty diabolical, because the name Cookie, it just sounds like a stripper name. I ain't gonna bap to you.
Murder Mike's, who went by M1 as an artist,
or a ghetto auntie. It could either be a stripper or a ghetto auntie. That's what I think of when someone say, "Oh yeah, the name Cookie."
released a highly rated solo track called Survivor. He was considered one of the best Peckham young rappers, but he took the roles more seriously than the music. Now, Josie was a loved Gas Gang member, extremely tight with Sneakbo. Unfortunately, at the age of 17, he died in a motorway crash. During his funeral, anti-member Murder Mike's was local, and he allegedly shot up the funeral. Two people...
Dang, do you gotta look angry the whole time rapping, bro? Bro, you don't gotta look so angry, brother. You don't got to.
Got shot and one died.
Khan was studying business and hoped one day to own his own company. His brother told me about the impact the murder had on the family.
It's been devastating. That's the only way that I can put it, really. I hope nobody else has to go through the kind of suffering that we've gone through in order to understand what we are going through. Obviously, having my younger brother at home one day and the next day that he's been murdered, it has quite an effect on everybody.
Ronnie had been at the funeral of an old school friend who had died in a car crash. That friend reportedly had some links to South London gangs, and his mother requested a police presence at the funeral, fearing possible violence. Police didn't attend, but there was violence. Ronnie was walking up this road towards the cemetery when they...
That's crazy that the police ain't gonna defend it. Like, I know folks was in the streets or whatever, but it's like, bro, this his family asking for this. This family can't, like, yeah, bro, they family can't, you feel me, stop them from doing that. Of course, they tried to stop them. They didn't want their kid to be in the streets, but they kid in the streets, and now it is what it is. And for you not to protect them, bro, it's like y'all bogus. I know why. It's because y'all UK police don't got no guns, so they scared. They scared. They're like, bro, how can we protect anyone with some batons and some pepper spray? I understand why they didn't want to pop out.
There was an exchange of gunfire between two groups, one in front of him and one behind him. Ronnie and a 17-year-old boy were both shot. The 17-year-old survived. Ronnie, despite...
You see, it was a shooting. The UK police wouldn't have done nothing. They would have had to call the armed police, as y'all call it, to come do something. And by then, it already didn't happen. They ain't going back to you.
Efforts by the police and paramedics was pronounced dead at the scene. Police believe Ronnie wasn't the intended target. He was an innocent victim caught in the crossfire. The Independent Police Complaints Commission found mistakes.
You see, this is why the police supposed to be there, bro. Innocent people getting hit in the crossfire because y'all didn't want to come protect it because I guess he was a gang member or something, bro. And now innocent people that didn't have nothing to do with the funeral or none of that getting hit. You feel me? Like, that's pretty crazy. Y'all need to do y'all job, bro. What y'all doing out there?
Had been made by police regarding the funeral, but couldn't conclude whether Ronnie's death was preventable. They suggested improvements to the police, which they took on board.
What would have happened if there was police outside the cemetery at the time? But it's not going to bring Ronnie back, so we just want to get the person caught, basically.
We're just in a witness appeal for a murder investigation.
Today, police officers returned to the scene of the crime, appealing for information.
Yo, what's the
I
word,
want
my
people
brother?
to contact me who were in the area at the time, and I also want people who were known or do know people who were part of these two groups. If they are now 2 years older, they've matured, they have grown, and I want them to have a think about their conscience.
Bro, they not finna do that. Come on now. Listen, bro, they only feel bad when they get caught, gang. And even if they do feel bad, 9 times out of 10, they still ain't gonna turn in themselves. And if they do decide to snitch, someone decide to snitch on them, they not gonna want to do that, bro. Because if you snitch on someone, you could be the person that's next. You don't want to be the person that's next. So why would someone risk their life to help y'all do y'all job? You gotta do your job, brother. I'm not finna risk my life telling.
Think about their own lives and think about what this has done to Ronnie's family.
Ronnie's family say they need those responsible to be caught so they can finally move on with their lives and to prevent Ronnie's killers ever striking again.
Azizul Ronnie Khan was a respected mentor to young people at his local mosque. The murder remains unsolved till this day. Despite directly being linked to 4 murders, Murder Mike's was a free man, but his luck with the police would soon run out. On the 2nd of September 2014, police spotted him driving a stolen Ford Mondeo through a red light on Old Kent Road. He abandoned the vehicle in Chesterfield Way, leaving a loaded pump action 12-bore shot.
Bro, you see, that's the type of stuff that I say, bro, you just deserve to go to jail now, bro. Why is you running red lights knowing you got blick up on you? Like, bro, if you got blick up on you, you supposed to be following all the traffic rules and regulations, brother, because you can't afford to get pulled over unless you don't care about your freedom. Like, that's crazy. And then you in the UK, gang. You know they don't play about blicks out there. And then you got that big old shotgun. It ain't no hiding it, bro. You can't slide it nowhere, bro. As soon as they hop in the car, tell you, roll down the window. If you tint it up, as soon as you roll down the window, they're going to see your blick. Can y'all even have tents in the UK, bro? I don't even see cars that's tinted up. Is y'all even allowed to have tents in the UK, bro?
Gun in the boot. Murder Mike's attempted to evade arrest again on the 18th of June 2015 by climbing out of his window into his back garden, but he would soon be arrested. In December 2015, he was found guilty of possession of a firearm with intent to cause fear of violence, possession of a prohibited weapon, and dangerous driving. On the 10th of February 2016, Woolwich Crown Court sentenced him to 6 years in prison with an additional 3 years added due to his designation as a dangerous offender, potentially totaling 9 years if not deemed suitable for parole. This brings me to the end.
That's crazy. 9 years, bro. And he allegedly caught more bodies. He caught hats. And he only got locked up for 9 years. He honestly, bro, he won. Even though he got 9 years, he won because if what Skyboy said is true, he caught hats. He caught hats and only got 9 years. So that means he won, bro. Even though y'all might say he lost, but 9 years is not a lot of time for all the stuff they said he allegedly did. I ain't gonna back to you, bro. And we don't condone nothing in this educational, informational documentary. But if you watch this all the way through, I know you're messing with another educational, informational documentary. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you never miss out on any documentaries like this. Yeah, follow the Twitch. Follow the Twitch. I'm gonna switch it up to say follow the Twitch on game. You should look at some stuff in Birmingham. I ain't gonna brag. I seen videos in Birmingham before. It was probably an older video. Cause I did lots of Skyboy videos. I damn near did all the Skyboy videos, all the UK drill plugs. I did lots of these nigga shits. I ain't gonna brag to you. Yeah, I ain't gonna cap it. If you type in Oso Everest and then type in your city, you most likely gonna see a video that I did on your city. Now we're going back to you again. Great. I did something on the 28th. The 28th is the people that made, hey, that big gonna live in Chicago. I hope you ain't talking about them people, bro. But I don't promote my lives on TikTok because I'm doing like totally like, bro, this an album, gang. This a fucking album. All right. Oh yeah, no, I'm doing videos right now. I ain't gonna back to you. I ain't gonna do no music later. I gotta do videos to post for today. I really do music when I get done with all the shit I need to do if I got time. But yeah, if you got like a video about the gangs and stuff, I could do that. If you got videos about the actual gang that we ain't do. But yeah, I don't really promote the TikTok just because the audience on TikTok and what I'm doing on here, I feel is just two different audiences. You feel me? Like on TikTok, they kind of want different shit than what I do on live stream. And if I got people that don't like the content that I'm consistently doing, that kind of just mess it up in a way because it's like if they don't watch the video, YouTube gonna look at it as it's a bad video, and that's why lots of my videos don't. Lots of my videos don't do good sometimes because my people that subscribe to me off my shorts don't watch this. So then if they just not watching it and they swiping past it, the YouTube algorithm just be like, damn, we ain't fucking with that video. And then they stop promoting that bitch. Other than that Trap University, but I ain't gonna cap. I haven't Trap University don't do good on my page at all. Like his videos do horrible on my page. Dang, this an official documentary it look like, bro. This an official documentary.
The threat that these two individuals pose.
Money, drugs, guns, give them respect. That's what they demand.
Oh no, I had to do this on Twitch. And that shit 11 years old. I'm not versing that on YouTube. No, certain things you just can't do on YouTube. I literally got a third party strike. My last live stream got took down because someone had me react to some UK stuff on game. I had to do that shit on Twitch. Frank. Let's see. You see. What? I don't think that's popping up. Frankly, Killers Gang, that shit is not popping up, bro. And that shit is not. Yeah, that shit is not popping up. Frankly, Killers Gang. Yeah, I got a Discord. Yeah, I got a Discord and shit. I send Discord up in this bitch. Oh, you said his new stuff, some UK. I guess then we could do it then. They might fuck with it then if it's some UK shit. Cause my shit only fuck with European countries, bro. Real deal. Or Canadian, bro. I'm like, shit. I was literally having that debate with my cousin. My cousin was talking about do this stream, react to the streaming university shit. I'm like, nigga, certain shit just don't work on my page, bro. On game, my page, YouTube, they be like, nah. Oh, he just posted this. I had to wait a second. I don't really like to do it just soon as bro posts. I feel like that shit kind of bogus, yeah. Because what if my video end up going up and then it stun his views? But it might not. What you think I should do? Do you think I should react to it at it being 18 minutes or not? Do you think I should do that? Do you think that would be a morally correct thing to do as a YouTuber? That's crazy. You said one that's 6 minutes. That one ain't 6 minutes. You talking about European girl. You talking about that 12-minute one. Let me see what video you're talking I did that. See what this be. Is this AI generated this Paul Furious thing? Because I ain't gonna back to you. I don't really like to do little pages like that from different countries because they really be some fucking haters. Like the little countries and shit. That's why I do Skyboy and UK Drill Plug and shit. Is it AI generated, bro? Cause I might. But lots of them niggas, they be acting like hoes. I ain't gonna back to you. Niggas be copywriting straight and shit. Like, boy. That's why I really stick to UK and Canada too. On gang and Amsterdam. That's like another reason. That's why I stopped doing Ireland and lots of them other, cause niggas be acting like hoes and shit, like a nigga give a fuck. I'm like, boy, I stop doing that shit if you think you just gonna, boy, what the fuck, gang? They ass be blowing me doing that shit. You seeing another dude? Alright, bro. Shit, the Ireland niggas, it's not been about. Some niggas is just, bitches. Like real deal. Like the Ireland nigga said he didn't like what I was saying about his video. Real deal. That's one of the reasons. That's why one of the Ireland people, another Ireland nigga, just didn't want the video to be up. But a nigga literally said he didn't like what the fuck I said. Even though I could have got the video back, but it's like, nigga, your video not been worth me even wasting my time to try to get that shit back. But I try Paul dude out. See what's going on with him. Oh, Siri popping up. No, is that Paul thing? Is it an AI generated page though? Oh snap! What he know about Enart, bro? I gotta watch this video real fast. Trap University might be talking about something. You might be on to something, bro. On game. What do Americans know about Enor? I just found out about him not too long ago, and I clicked on this video talking about European drill is brutal. Then I see Enor or Ernor. Folks is from Sweden. He's a Sweden drill rapper, and they actually be getting wild out there. So I want to see another American perspective on what is going on out here, because normally we just be hearing my perspective on this. What he got to say about what's going on in Europe, though.
From a rapper who was the son of a famous actress being kidnapped, set free, and then executed, all allegedly from a hit someone sent sitting in a jail cell in Sweden, to a shootout in front of a recording studio in Milan. This is the brutal world of European drill. Now, I won't be including the UK on this for two reasons. One, since Brexit, the UK is not really a part of Europe. I mean, the closest European country to the UK is France, and it's well known that the...
Dang, bro. Merchant, y'all not Europe. So y'all telling me that the UK is not Europe. Now that's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna bap to you, bro. Cause I thought y'all was a European country. So y'all not a European country, bro? Ain't y'all in Europe, bro?
French and the English specifically haven't gotten along in over 700 years, and 2, UK drill is basically New York drill with more knives. We already know way more of what's going on in the UK than we do in the rest of Europe. Drill has spread far since breaking out of Chicago.
Honestly, I feel like the only drill that made it mainstream in Europe is the UK. I ain't gonna bap to you. Honestly, I don't think, if you really think about it, bro, UK is the only European country that actually kind of cracked the code, bro, to get over to America just as a whole. Now I've been talking about Central C because it's like, if I'm thinking about it, I never heard of no other European artists except for United Kingdom, if I'm being real.
From the frozen shores of Sweden to the Mediterranean coastline in Italy. Now, as I covered in my older video about Sweden, the country has become a hotspot for gang violence, gun crimes, and even bombings directly related to these gang wars. And this makes Sweden very unique in that sense, as despite its gangs being smaller in numbers than gangs in the UK and the US, they tend to be much more brutal, with their tactics sometimes resembling the era of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, where through guerrilla warfare, the IRA shot mortars at prime ministers and even assassinated a member of the British royal family when
That's Queen Elizabeth. Hold up. I think Queen Elizabeth might have been a baddie back in the day. Was Queen Elizabeth a baddie back in the day? Hold up. Wait a minute. What the Oh, gang.
this fishing boat was rigged with an explosive. Now, with rap almost becoming synonymous with criminal activity, whether it's through a rapper just trolling about it or a rapper actually admitting to crimes in each song, it's not much different on the other side of the Atlantic. Einar is a figure I covered briefly in my Sweden video, whose involvement in gangs was very confusing to me. He was a well-off kid and the son of a famous actress. He really broke into music around 2019, and it looks like right away he became...
I ain't gonna bap. So Enor, he was a bapper. We don't got no Swedish people up in here right now. But so Enor is a bapper, bro. That's what y'all telling me, bro. You said his mama was a famous actress. Why is he doing this drill behavior, bro? You see, he giving y'all a bad look there. And then if people in America find out about Enor, and then we find out that his mama an actress, we're gonna be like, oh, they be bapping out there. They just trying to act tough, bro. And they living good, bro, because no one don't expect Sweden to be bad. So when we hear y'all Sweden rappers coming from actress, famous actress, we like, that's that Sweden stuff that we was talking about.
Became associated with a crowd he had no business being a part of. According to Swedish authorities, his association with certain gang members in Stockholm angered people, specifically angered a gang known as the Varby Network, and this put a target directly on his back. Now, although it's not clear exactly who he associated with to get this target, this part of the story is at least not hard to understand, as it's not much different in the US or anywhere else. When you have two groups that are at war, with losses taken on both sides, putting yourself around one group can make you the enemy of another, whether that means you've taken pictures with them or just appeared in music videos. All of these guys on the other side now know.
I ain't gonna bap to you. Do he got a pink purse? Or is it just the color of the light, like it's white? Cause nah, that look pink. Cause this white. This actually white, as you could. He got a pink purse, bro. What is going on, gang? What is bro wearing, bro? You expect me to take him serious as a gangster? This who y'all consider y'all best Sweden gangster? This y'all toughest Sweden gangster? That's crazy, gang.
Know your face and it's one they're unfamiliar with. All they know is you associate with the enemy, making you appear to be a bigger threat because they don't know who else you associate with. You could very well be close enough with someone that could set them up. So usually a message has to be sent, and that's exactly what happened. Einar was kidnapped in 2020 and extorted, but once he was let go, it appears that he failed to notice two very important events. One was that the guys that kidnapped him were caught and put on trial, and thus the police were expecting him to testify. The second is the fact that members of the Varby Network were still roaming around free, and they knew how to find him, as they already did. Instead of taking these two things into consideration, he not only stayed in Stockholm despite probably having enough money to live elsewhere, but less than 30 days before his death, he released a song called Dansa, where many people believe he took a direct shot dissing the group that kidnapped him.
You see, I ain't gonna back to you. Enor, folks was chasing it too much, and that's why he got unalived. And lots of people that want to chase it, they will end up getting unalived, bro. Because it's like, bro, why is you out there? It's because he not like that for real. So he feel he gotta stay in the hood for people to still respect him and take him serious because he not like that. You feel me? And that's what's gonna get someone unalive. You trying to prove a point to people. the people in the hood really gonna prove a point to you. You feel me?
And this initial arrest of the kidnappers, including 2 rival rappers, Yasin and Haval, is what led to the theory that they were somehow behind his death. Now, all of this is alleged since, as of 2025,
Nah, I never seen 2 dudes take a picture with some toothbrushes. Like that's something new. That's something a little bit. And these the gangsters, these the street dudes that's catching hats. Why did they decide to be like, oh yeah, let's take a picture while we brushing teeth? Like that's just crazy to just think about. Like, oh yeah, we brushing teeth. Let me pull out a camera and take a like. That's Do y'all not think that's just like kind of crazy to just think about doing at that moment?
4 years after the murder, the case remains unsolved. But despite Einar stating he did not want to testify, there was no way to assure the Swedish police wouldn't contact him again for more information about the Varby network. Now, many rappers have talked about sending hits from their jail cell, and although this is a crime more associated with mafia bosses, there is of course one man in drill who most likely allegedly did this in reality. Now, if you've ever heard Charleston White talk about King Von, you've probably heard him say Devon only beat the murder case that led to him being released in 2017 and linking up with Lil Durk to start his rap career was all because witnesses had been killed. Now, all of this is unverified, but King Von was originally from a hood called Killer Ward before he ever associated with O Block. And the case that Von caught that saw him miss the beginning of the drill scene was a murder and 2 attempts at a birthday party. Von was close friends with a guy named Boss CJ, who was from Killer Ward, and many believe that he gave a statement to the police, placing Von at the scene of the crime. Now, he wasn't named in any paperwork, but it is believed that the birthday being celebrated was his, and the paperwork does say that the person giving the statement was celebrating his birthday.
Hey gang, real deal, bro. I'm thinking about it right now, bro. How you just go for Enar to talking about a King Von charge? Like that's just a crazy just jump. I'm over here watching it, and I'm like, hold up, why is bro talking about King Von? What is going on right now? I ain't gonna bap to you.
Now, it's important to note that whoever the witness was, he never explicitly stated Von was one of the shooters, and arguably nothing helped Von beat the case more than his co-defendant agreeing to testify against him while putting himself at the scene and then recanting. In fact, Von was probably only brought up by the police when this statement was being made because they already believed him to be the shooter. Regardless, once something like this happens, the paperwork always gets out and people put pieces together. And just months before Von's trial, CJ was killed on the north side of Chicago after someone had dropped his location. And of course, as he was known to do, Von rapped several times about a witness being killed and even sending a hit from his cell. But back to Einar. The group accused of his kidnapping was all sentenced around the same time, 3 months before his mysterious death. But despite the rappers receiving sentences of less than a year, this case was just part of a larger proceeding against the Varby network, as the main component wasn't a witness against them, but messages sent through an encrypted chat, as a footballer who once played for the Swedish national team was sentenced to 11 years for aiding the kidnapping and negotiating the price for a contract killing, possibly the future murder of Einar. Another man considered to have a leadership role within the group was sentenced to 17 years, as well as 24 other members being sentenced for...
Yeah, I'm still trying to, you didn't have to add that King Von thing. Like, whatever you trying to get at with it, if you gonna say, oh yeah, they trying to unalive the witness and that's what happened, like bro, you didn't have to do that, bro. I like that whole King Von thing just threw me completely off, bro. Real deal, bro. You trying to just make the video longer or something? Is that what you trying to do, brother? I rocks with you though, but is that what you trying to do, brother?
Past crimes. So this one kidnapping nearly brought down the whole network. So it's safe to say that Einar should have left Sweden probably before this trial even concluded. But in 2023, a little while after Haval's eventual release, he dropped a song called Southside, which contributed to the theory that he actually watched the execution of Einar on FaceTime. Now, it's no secret that an inmate in almost any country can get a cell phone smuggled to them by a guard, and in the song, Haval states that someone started a war with the wrong place, and after a guard smuggled him an iPhone, he watched a shooter pull out his...
Okay, so you see people love to talk about how Americans so slow, this, that, and the third, but guess what? We go over to Sweden, what y'all doing? What is y'all doing right now? Y'all is literally snitching on y'all self. Okay, So don't talk about America no more.
His gun and shoot someone. Now this wouldn't seem too far-fetched, as another rapper in Sweden, Gaboro, was actually chased down and recorded by the guy that was chasing him. Regardless, no one has ever been placed in custody for this crime, and it seems that Einar was only being used by the streets, so it's unlikely that anyone even attempted to retaliate for him. A sad story that didn't have to end this way had he just chosen a different path. Now, Shiva, or Andrea Arigioni, is a popular drill rapper from Milan in Italy.
Much of they saying Tatiana out there. Does Tatiana got a different meaning? They saying they calling them thoughts out there. What y'all know about that? Oh, remix. Tatiana remix. Okay. Because I didn't know what RMX till I seen this. And I'm like, okay, RMX most definitely stand for remix. I guess that's how they say it out there.
Italy, who is currently serving a 6.5-year prison sentence for attempted murder. He managed to grow quite a following in the country, but what led to him having to serve time after being convicted in 2024 was allegedly a beef between his clique, known as Oves Santana, and another well-known rapper from Milan, Rondo de Sosa. Now, if you're not from Italy, but you've seen Vice, you might recognize him from a Noisy interview he did a couple years back, and he credits himself with creating Italian drill, and he's part of a group known as 7 Zoo. Rondo and some of his associates, like a rapper called Baby Gang, are banned from performing in several venues throughout Italy. With Baby,
bro, you see, bro, out there, it just looked like all the rappers just be having motion, bro. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, it's like, how y'all be getting on? I guess those cars isn't foreign to y'all because ain't all those cars European cars. So I think those not foreign cars to y'all. Would y'all consider a Lamborghini and a Bugatti foreign cars to y'all, bro?
Gang even being reportedly banned from an entire city in northern Italy. And although 7 Zoo's involvement has never been proven in court, it's alleged that the 2 MMA fighters that waited for and attacked Shiva outside of a recording studio were associates of Rondo and his clique. Now, like with most of the stories we hear similar to this one, he and Rondo were once associates that even collaborated on music. But one day in July 2023, at the recording studio,
oh yeah, also that's why they gonna be having the Lambos. If it's fun, that's like probably a common thing got in Italy.
That he founded in Settimo Milanese on the far west side of Milan, with the studio even being named Milano Oves Santana headquarters. 2 men will watch as Shiva's driver pulled their black Range Rover into a parking lot before they both popped out from behind the gate. And once Shiva had gotten out of the car wearing brass knuckles, they apparently fractured his jaw. But shortly after, Shiva will retrieve an illegal firearm he bought from an unnamed security.
Bro, they ran up on, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. This is more that's more diabolical than the UK, bro. You running up with brass knuckles on someone and then he up that your bango on you, bro. Boy, y'all some cornballs for that. Real deal. We gotta give them the cornball badge because why is you running up on an op with brass knuckles and then get blicked down, bro? Like if you didn't get blicked that, I would have been like, all right, y'all just tweaking, but he up blick on y'all, bro. Now you a goofy gang.
Guard and fire at his attackers, striking both in the legs. Now, despite the clear self-defense situation, there must not be a mutual combatants law in Italy like, say, the one in Illinois, as despite the fact that he was attacked and clearly fired non-lethal shots, rather than being charged with aggravated assault, he was charged and convicted of attempted murder, possibly due to the firearm being illegal, as well as the court arguing that Shiva's gang apparently had a bag containing ammunition, as well as a silencer at the scene of the crime.
Bro, bro, okay. No, you still can't charge them with trying to take someone attempted unaliving, bro. Because at the end of the day, you could charge him with the things that you found on them, but you can't charge him for trying to attempt unalive someone, bro, in a self-defense situation. Like, that's pretty bogus, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. I would not be going to Italy.
Proving that he was possibly a danger to society. Still though, he received much less time for 2 attempted murders that you would ever get in the United States. And moving on, the French drill scene has been going on for years now, and it's just a reflection of the gang politics and instability that has plagued the country for at least 100 years at this point. From the Corsican mobsters taking over the country, the North African gangs controlling the drug trade, and even the most powerful mob in the world, Ndrangheta, operating from Sicily to Paris. And this brings us to a rapper named MHD. Born in Vendée, France, in the prefecture of La Roche-Cizonier, his story is one of success and tragedy. as he would go from the halls of Elise Palace, a former royal residence for the House of Orleans that has since been converted into the home of the president. He was personally invited by the French president to meet foreign dignitaries, but now he's serving time in prison for murder. But before beginning his music career, MHD worked as a simple pizza delivery boy before moving up as a waiter in one of the most expensive areas in Paris, an area referred to as Luxembourg due to it being home to the beautiful Luxembourg Palace, which is the seat of the French Senate, not to be confused with the country of Luxembourg. Now, from freestyling on the internet in 2015, he gained popularity on social media, and it led to the release of his first full-length project in 2016, which sold more than 200,000 copies. He immediately became one of the most popular rappers in France, and this led to a huge deal with Puma. He even made an appearance in a French film. Ironically, in the film, MHD played a teenage boy who was being accused of murder, while he himself would be awaiting trial for murder at the time of its release. In 2017, he was invited to the presidential palace to meet the...
Man, they probably did that on purpose because they knew that was going to get the movie to have sales. Like, come on now, think about it. They got him playing that role. He actually dealing with that in real life. Once the news break that he's actually dealing with that in real life, people going to go watch the movies just because he's dealing with that in real life. You feel me?
The president of Guinea while he was on an official visit to France. And just 1 year after this, the fateful event that had changed his life occurred in the streets of Paris. Now, Paris is divided into several administrative districts, and one night in July of 2018, a large gang brawl will break out between gang members from the 10th district and the 19th district, with MHD hailing from the 19th. Now, it's unclear what started this fight, but two things that were clear to French authorities were that it was...
She got that gat. Shorty got that gat. I ain't going back.
The gang conflict, and that MHD's car had been witnessed at the scene. Now, MHD had never been in trouble with the law before, but likely due to the groups been witnessed at the scene. Now, MHD...
Who is Birdie? Who is this guy? Who is Birdie right here, bro? Y'all got a lot of explaining to do.
He had never been in trouble with the law before, but likely due to the gruesome crime, his bail was denied. You see, during the fight, a 23-year-old man from the 10th district was killed, with a knife being a murder weapon. Now, initially, MHD wasn't arrested, as for the remainder of 2018, the police would have no suspects. And in September, just 2 months after the incident, MHD would announce that he was retiring from music, likely knowing what was coming. Because in January 2019, he and 8 other men would be arrested, and they would all sit for 4 years, before MHD and 5 other men were all found guilty, with 3 other men being acquitted. Now, even though he was likely not the one that used the murder weapon, he would still be given 12 years for simply participating, while the other defendants received anywhere from 10 to 18-year sentences. And despite...
That's crazy, bro. Canada, it's totally different. Canada, you would probably get probably 5 years. 5 years.
Despite MHD's car being found on fire in a parking lot the next day, the vehicle was caught on camera at the time of the event at the scene. Here we had a man who with just 2 albums had become a superstar, brand ambassador, and a presidential dinner guest, still being dragged down by street politics. Likely just not being able to let go of where he came from, or keeping the same crowd around him that he hung around while he was a pizza delivery boy. When you reach a certain level, or even just a certain age, you can't take everyone with you, and you have to realize that. But as it is for a lot of young men, this ends up being their downfall. But this, what I've covered today, is just a fraction of what's happening from Greece to Spain, and I hope I was able to shed light on this subject.
You see, I already know what's going on in Europe. That's why we watched this video, to see what you talking about. What's your outlook? You didn't really give too much of your outlook of what's going on. That's what I came here for, to see what you had to say. And you just gave me some information that I kind of already knew about, for the most part, except for the friends. But lots of the Sweden stuff and all that, I knew. So I was kind of hoping you gave your opinion more, but you know, it is what it is. It ain't what it ain't. But I don't condone nothing such as educational, informational documentary. And if you watch this all the way through, I know you're messing with another educational, informational documentary. And don't forget to follow the Twitch, which will be inside the link in the description. Also, Everest, follow the Twitch, man, because y'all know YouTube be tweaking sometime, man. I'm gonna quickly rustle up some hash brown. You said rustle up on game. That's some most definitely UK stuff to say. Rustle up on game. Rustle up. I'm finna rustle up some shit. Let me see how this shit sounded. Hey, what glass glow at? What glass glow at? Okay. Huh? You said it's on the West Coast? Bro, how is Scotland the UK game? See, y'all be fucking on my head with this shit saying all that other shit now. It depends. YouTube be tweaking. My live stream ended up getting took down doing that shit. I don't really be doing too much of the mainstream artists. Some of them be cool. It just depends, cause Brody, what's the fuck you uncle him? I don't know what B is or something. I think it was him. I think it was Biz. No, they hit me with a third party strike, basically where, like, I could do a reaction to his video, but I can't do it on live stream. Like certain people, I don't know why they do it like that, but on YouTube, certain videos you can't show on live stream and you can only react to off live stream or on a different platform. I don't know why. But that's what they be doing. So that's why I got my live stream taken down. Oh, gang, appreciate it, my brother. Bro, Scotland, I can't really say it's part of England, bro. Scotland is Scotland, bro. And it's its own little, like, country. Scotland is never connected to the UK. I'm game. Real deal. Do that. The UK ain't the only place that's getting wild. They be tweaking in Scotland too. And I seen someone say, oh yeah, Scotland's the UK. How is Scotland the UK? Let's be real. The UK is England. That's all it is to it, bro. I ain't finna argue. I ain't gonna debate. But we finna figure out what gang banging stuff y'all got going on in Scotland. I don't know if it's gangbanging. It might be mafia crime family stuff, but his name is Paul Ferris. I don't know who he is. I ain't gonna bap to you, but he sounds like he's very official in the streets of Scotland.
Notorious Glasgow gangster Paul Ferris today said thank you to Strathclyde police, claiming it was because of them that a film is now to be made about his life. Ferris, who was jailed for gun running 8 years ago, was back in Glasgow to meet actor Robert Carlyle, who's expected to play him.
Scotland's connected to the UK. Bro, I didn't see nothing connected to the UK, bro. UK look like it's just inside its own little water puddle, you feel me? And Ireland, like they try to say Ireland is a part of the UK. How is Ireland a part of the UK and it's literally connected to Ireland? It just don't make sense.
In the movie.
I'd like to thank certain members of Strathclyde Police for the opportunity to enhance my particular different path in life.
What about the film itself? Will you be involved in it and advising?
I don't know yet. I don't know at all. I've just turned up to speak to the film crew. And
30 years ago, Paul Ferris was cleared of the murder of Arthur Thompson Jr. But in 1998, he was found guilty of gun running at the Old Bailey. Now, Robert Carlyle is set to play Ferris.
Well, the actor was today reluctant to discuss the film.
The fact is, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen anyway. How soon? How soon? I don't know how soon. Hopefully not too soon.
In the brutal streets of Glasgow, violence was the currency of power. Young men clawed their way to the top, earning their stripes through stabbings and shootings, desperate for a reputation. But none became more feared than one, Paul Ferris. As an enforcer,
Paul Ferris looked kind of like a mixture between John F. Kennedy and Drake from Drake and Josh.
For the notorious Thompson crime family, a syndicate that ruled Glasgow's criminal world with brutality, Ferris built his name through cold-blooded precision. But unlike many gangsters, Paul Ferris wasn't driven by money. If anything fueled his rise, it was revenge. A cold, calculated thirst for payback and blood transformed him into a monster. One who could stab and maim without so much as a backward glance. Not the type of behavior you'd expect.
That was not a W voice. I just seen what you said. If he was talking like that the whole time, I was going to have to turn off the video because he had like the high-pitched, squeaky voice.
From a seemingly well-spoken and articulate individual, but Paul Ferris, aka the Wee Man, is the epitome of the saying to never judge a book by its cover.
Wee Man? Hey, man. Wee! Wee!
From violent gang wars to high-profile trials, this is the story of Paul Ferris. His rise from the gritty streets of Glasgow to becoming one of Scotland's most feared criminals. Paul Ferris was born on November 10th, 1963, at 19 Hogganfield Street in Blackhill, one of Glasgow's many post-war housing estates.
Born in 1963. Dang. So, bro, like 90 years old now, bro. Is bro still alive?
These estates, built in the 1950s, were intended to provide a fresh start for working-class families. But instead, they became breeding grounds for crime and violence. Blackhill, like neighboring areas such as Easterhouse, Balornick, and Garthamlock, evolved into ghettos where mob rule flourished. The estates, with their cold, gray concrete and overcrowded conditions, quickly fostered a subculture.
I ain't gonna lie. That's looking like the hood, bro. That's looking like the projects a little bit. Is that the projects? Is that the Scotland projects?
Culture of survival. Families poured in, trapped like animals in a cage, and a new kind of law began to take hold, one ruled by violence. While most residents were decent.
He'll be in his 60s now. What? So how if you... So you telling me if you was born in the 1960s, you would be in your 60s? Come on, bro. Like 1960s, bro. That's like, bro. That's like, bro, when World War II happened, bro? Like, that was like a couple years after World War II.
Hard-working people. They couldn't escape the rising tide of crime that surrounded them. Gangs emerged, territorial disputes flared, and the streets became battlegrounds where respect was earned through fear. Bullies thrived, extorting and terrorizing those too weak to defend themselves. It was within this harsh, unforgiving environment that Paul Ferris came of age, shaped by a world where toughness was the only way to survive. Ferris grew up with the shadow of crime looming over his family. His father, often in and out of prison, left Paul's mother to keep a tight hold on her youngest son. Despite the turbulence, his early years were relatively calm.
I mean, that's pretty close. That's pretty close to World War II. You feel me? But now, I mean, that do look like the projects, gang. That look like the projects, if I say so myself. But that's just if I say so myself. You feel me? I don't know how y'all projects looking, Scholar.
He stayed out of trouble and spent his days learning how to plant vegetables with.
Nah, the reason why I thought it was the projects, bro, because you see, like, the projects be having, like, multiple buildings. Just, like, it looked like it's multiple, like, you feel me? Like, it was all the same video inside, like, a triangle, bro. Like, it's like, you know, like they're trying to keep the people inside that area type stuff.
His grandfather, surrounded by the comforting smells of furniture polish and coal fires in their home. But that security was fleeting. When his grandfather passed away and his father was jailed for tax evasion, Ferris's world began to unravel. At St. Philomena's primary school, the brutality of Glasgow's streets crept into his childhood. It was there that 9-year-old Ferris first encountered the Welsh brothers, a notorious gang of bullies. Standing up to the ringleader, Martin Welsh, in a fight seemed like a moment of defiance, but it brought harsh.
So they literally just created a gang just to mess with people. That's pretty crazy to just create a gang just to mess with people, because it's like, bro, what? Like, that's what?
Consequences. The next day, Martin's 7 older brothers cornered Ferris in the schoolyard. He was beaten mercilessly and forced to fight Martin again, a fight he couldn't possibly win. I really had enjoyed school until I became a victim of those Welsh brothers. It was at that stage in my life that my mind was opened up to a different world to which I had been taught. I was becoming aware that I was rapidly leaving my infancy and entering an altogether differing state of reality. The Welsh brothers had made.
You see, villains is not born this way. They are created. So remember that if you see someone crashing out, they could listen to too much of Bloodhound, Lil Jeff, and King Von, or they could be just made that way.
Him their target, and no matter how hard the hits came, he never ran. He stood his ground, enduring the pain while his friends watched helplessly. Crying was never an option, but the violence continued, day after day. As Ferris prepared to leave primary school, the toll became more than just physical. The unrelenting stress triggered a violent reaction in his body. Psoriasis. His skin, like his nerves, began to break under the weight of fear. Fear of facing the older Welsh brothers in secondary school. Fear of what awaited him next.
Bro, they had him so scared that he made a condition? Like, what? That's crazy, bro. You that's crazy. I don't want no one to ever have me. If you got me that scared to where I start breaking out just by seeing you, bro, oh yeah, I gotta up that blicky. You can't be on this earth no more if you scare me like that.
The anxiety pushed him to the point of hospitalization, where he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe smeared with creams that left him feeling humiliated and degraded. It was a far cry from the tough exterior he tried to maintain in the schoolyard. When he arrived at St. Roch's secondary school, he felt like half a human being. His body covered in seeping sores, he avoided gym classes, football, and swimming, ashamed of what he saw in the mirror. I never got to wear a t-shirt in the summer months because I never liked what I saw on my bare arms, and if I didn't like it, then no one else was going to see it. I became accustomed to psoriasis, but never fully recovered psychologically. It etched something fierce and lasting into my brain. The stigma of being denied normality. The standoff with the Welsh brothers continued, and they couldn't comprehend how the skinny 13-year-old Paul Ferris always stood his ground. Despite their relentless bullying, Ferris never backed down, even when outnumbered and faced with the sheer brutality of their attacks. One day, the Welsh brothers demanded money from Ferris and a group of boys, but Paul, as usual, refused to give in. What followed was one of their most vicious assaults yet. Armed with a hammer, they set upon the young Ferris, as his friends could only watch helplessly. But to everyone's astonishment, something strange happened. Ferris started laughing. Through every blow, through the pain and the blood, he erupted into laughter.
Oh, nah, folks, it's the Joker. He's real. We watching someone turn into the Joker. Is the Joker based off of Birdie? Real deal. Is the Joker based off of Birdie at this point? But honestly, bro, if someone consistently doing this to me on a daily basis, I'm going to be the one that get the hammer first. Let's start there. It's not finna be to the point like, oh yeah, we just keep on messing with him. He ain't giving up. Now we got to get the hammer. No, they keep on messing with me. I'm gonna get the hammer on game. That's how it's gonna go inside that situation.
Laughter. It was a maniacal, uncontrollable sound that echoed through the close. The Welsh brothers, expecting fear and submission, were instead met with laughter. With each strike, Ferris just laughed harder, nerving his attackers. They couldn't make sense of his reaction, and soon, their confidence began to waver. The more Ferris laughed, the more unsettled they became. Eventually, their rising fear got the better of them. They stopped the attack and walked away, confused and shaken by Ferris's passive defiance. When he finally stumbled out of the close, drenched in blood, he had a grin on his face. His friends, shocked by the scene, struggled to understand how he could find humor in such a brutal beating.
Gang, is this a real story, bro? Bro, is this something that actually happened in Scotland, or are y'all trying to tell me like a comic book origin story, bro? Real deal, bro. Is y'all lying to me right now?
But for Ferris, this was more than a moment of survival. It was a turning point. Despite the blood and the pain, he made a vow, a promise to himself and his friend Eddie. No matter how long it took, he would get revenge on each and every one of the Welsh brothers for what they had done to him that day. The brothers had tried to break him, but they soon realized that they couldn't subdue the wee man who laughed in the face of their violence.
Now, calling him the wee man is like pretty crazy. Like, yeah, the wee man cannot be stopped. You need to get a different name if you're gonna be doing diabolical stuff in the streets.
Now, they faced a problem they hadn't anticipated.
You from Scotland?
A young boy who refused to be crushed by fear or beatings. Their solution? To eliminate the threat they couldn't control. The final solution for the Welsh brothers was simple. Get rid of the one they could never defeat. Word spread quickly through Black Hill. There was a boy hanging from a tree in the local cemetery. A crowd rushed to the...
Hey, man. You see, that just triggered a response from what happened to my ancestors, bro. We need to leave that technique in the past, bro. Oh, hold up. We talking about, hold up. We is talking about those type of times now that I think about it. What, 1960s? I think that probably would have been, hey, what's the Triple K? Was they tweaking during the 1960s? I think they probably was. I ain't gonna rap to you.
The scene, and when they arrived, they found a semi-conscious Paul Ferris dangling from a noose. He was swiftly cut down, barely alive. The story circulated, and people soon realized the truth behind the incident. Ferris, who had been standing up to the local bullies and damaging their reputations, had become too much of a threat.
That's crazy.
The Welsh brothers, embarrassed by his defiance and relentless challenges to their dominance, decided it was time to send a message. Ferris needed to be made an example of, and in their minds, hanging him was the ultimate way to reclaim control over Black Hill. As the rumors died down, the incident was dismissed by many as a boyhood prank gone wrong. But those who truly knew the situation understood otherwise. This was no accident. The Welsh brothers had intended to silence Ferris for good, hoping that his death would restore their unquestioned rule over the area.
I'm trying to figure out how is they getting away with doing this? Like, where his parents at? Like, ain't no adults like stepping in like, hey man, like, you see Brody getting messed up. Like, no one ain't seeing this? Like, where is everyone at? Real deal. I know they just ain't catching this man inside a area where nobody at. How they keep on catching this man lacking in areas where nobody is at all? Because if people keep on catching me lacking, I'm gonna be inside an area where lots of people could see. Like, that's pretty crazy to keep on getting caught lacking. Like, he got caught lacking like 5-6 times already, bro. Real deal, bro. Back to back to back. Which is pretty crazy. I ain't gonna bap to you. Real deal. I don't even know how he could survive through all this.
They had hung him, fully expecting him to take his last breath that day. But Ferris survived, and the door for retribution was left wide open. Although Ferris has never spoken about that day, those closest to him know what followed. He acted on it, with a vengeance that shook those responsible to their core. This moment was a turning point, not just in his personal vendetta, but in his path into the criminal world. Before Ferris could seek his full revenge, however, he had another task ahead of him: to graduate into the life of crime that would eventually bring him power and fortune. His first taste of crime came when he and his friends rolled lead off the roof of a bookmaker's and sold it for scrap. The score earned him hundreds of pounds, an easy fortune for a young boy. But despite this early success in crime, Ferris took a normal job after leaving school to please his mother. He began working at a Glasgow brewery, proud to be bringing home £180 a week, a solid wage for a man his age. But the lure of crime was always there. His friends had formed a
$183 a week is like, imagine getting paid that in these times, bro. That would be pretty wild, bro. In America, bro, what? That's like, what, 800? It's 4 weeks in a month. That's almost like 200 right there. It'd be less than 800. I ain't going back to you, bro. That's pretty crazy, bro, to try to survive off of that in 2025.
A smash-and-grab syndicate, targeting jewelers across Glasgow. The payouts were too tempting to ignore, £500 or more for just one job. It didn't take long for Ferris to realize that the long hours of hauling crates of whiskey up 6 floors in a broken-down barrow couldn't compare to the fast money waiting in the underworld. Moving deeper into crime soon brought Ferris into the penal system for the first time. He and a friend were caught trying to rob a travel agent in Airdrie, Lanarkshire, as they attempted to steal cash from the night safe. Ferris found himself at Long Rigand Remand Unit, where the short, sharp shock treatment did little to change his path. If anything, it sharpened his resolve. To establish himself and deter any potential bullies, Ferris slashed a fellow inmate with an open razor, a brutal warning to anyone who might challenge him.
They said bro went through shock therapy. Bro been going, like, I ain't gonna bap to you. They need to make a supervillain movie about him, bro. Bro, but back in the day, I heard, like, you know, they used to do, like, lobotomies and all that. Y'all know what a lobotomy is, bro? That's like, super diabolical. They was doing all types of stuff back in the day.
On the outside, his reputation as a fearless young criminal only grew. His first act of revenge came when he encountered John Welsh, one of the tormentors from his past. As Welsh walked down the street, Ferris slashed him from ear to ear, sending a message to any Welshes who were unfortunate enough to cross him. As I was about to walk past him, I turned. Opening my razor, I sliced him right across his face from ear to ear.
Dang.
I walked smartly on, leaving him in his blood-soaked garments, clutching his wounded face and battered pride as he fell heavily into the gutter where he and his like belonged.
You see, he wanna really make them suffer like he did, because I was thinking he was finna unalive them, but it's like, you gotta understand, most villains, they don't wanna unalive you. They wanna torture you and make you suffer. We don't condone nothing.
He never saw me, and no one ever found out who had inflicted the wounds that night until months later. When Ferris wasn't fighting or stabbing, he was honing his criminal skills, robbing jewelers and moving guns for other criminals. But as his notoriety grew, so did the time he spent behind bars. His first significant stint, a 12-month sentence at Glenachill Young Offenders Institution, gave him a new stage to assert his dominance. Inside Glenachill, Ferris found a new circle to run with, the Glenachill Wolves. This sadistic group of inmates thrived on violence, and Ferris fit right in. It was there that he found real power and an outlet for his violent urges. Between 1981 and 1984, a wave of suicides among sex offenders led to a government inquiry. What outsiders didn't know was that the Wolves, including Ferris, had orchestrated a campaign to drive these offenders to take their own lives. Ferris later admitted to witnessing the orchestrated torment, which led to the suicides of at least 10 prisoners. Among the victims was Raymond Gilmore, a man who had always protested his innocence in the Pamela Hasty murder case. Despite his claims, Gilmore was repeatedly tortured by the Wolves. Ferris recalled how Gilmore and other sex offenders were regularly beaten.
Bro is tripping with this word, bro. I ain't gonna bap to you. This is why I don't be doing y'all requests, bro. He's keep on saying this word, bro.
In the prison's textile workshop, with wolves taking turns to strike them with pieces of wood or iron bars. One of the most brutal attacks Ferris witnessed was carried out by a young thug named Big Ek. Eager to prove himself to the wolves, Eck nearly killed a sex offender by smashing an industrial sewing machine onto his head in full view of other inmates. The assault earned Eck his place among the wolves, marking a chilling moment in Ferris's time at Glenachill. By 1987, Ferris was back in prison, serving a 3-year sentence for firearms offenses. During his time there, the prison saw riots and unrest, much of which was driven by inmates' fury towards sex offenders. Ferris described one incident during a riot in Shotts Prison, where inmates took control of a guard's keys and opened the cells of sex offenders, dragging.
Who made this video, gang? You see, he's a little creator. He don't even know the rules for real. He's just making a video, bro. Like, he don't even know, bro.
Taking them out one by one for violent judgment. Though Ferris didn't participate directly in the beatings, he watched as the offenders were brutally punished by their fellow inmates. His involvement in the riots came to an end when he negotiated the release of a prison officer held hostage. Though many inmates were sentenced for their roles in the uprising, Ferris escaped prosecution by serving as a Crown witness. After his release from prison, he returned to the streets of Glasgow. Now fully entrenched in the criminal world, he was welcomed back into the fold by the Arthur Thompson regime, the most brutal crime family in Scotland. As the enforcer for Glasgow's gangland godfather, Arthur Thompson Sr., Paul Ferris quickly built a reputation for extreme violence. He maimed and shot those who dared to stand in his way, carving his name into the city's criminal underworld. By the age of 19, Ferris was ready to step into the big leagues of organized crime. Thompson Sr. had been watching Ferris closely, recognizing his potential as a valuable asset in his empire of drug dealing, car theft, and loan sharking. His quick, brutal methods made him an ideal enforcer. Thrilled by the attention from the man who styled himself as Glasgow's mafia boss, Ferris embarked on a reign of violence that would mark his name for years to come. But this alliance, built on blood, would eventually spiral into tragedy and betrayal, culminating in the death of his boss's son, Arthur Thompson Jr. During this period, I was totally unaware of the actual mayhem that I was causing throughout the city by being soaked in this blind loyalty to the Thompsons. If they asked me to injure, petrol bomb, or shoot people, then this I willingly did without question. For indeed, I was utterly infatuated by their success and their wealth, and I, for one, desperately wanted to be part of it. One of his early assignments as an enforcer was to recover £50,000.
I mean, if you ever want to be like somebody, I mean, that would be a good reason to want to be like somebody if they got money. Now, if you're trying to be like someone that don't got no money, just crashing out, that's pretty crazy. But I guess I can understand if you want to be like someone that's got a whole bunch of motion, that money on, you feel me?
After the Thompson family was duped in a drug deal. An Irish gangster had conned young Arthur Thompson in a transaction involving 2 kilograms of cocaine. The cash was exchanged, and the drugs handed over in a sealed sports bag, but when the bag was opened, it contained nothing more than a bottle of iron brew and 2 bricks. Ferris, along with his partner Tam Bagan, was brought in to retrieve the money. Despite their best efforts,
Bro, you see, that's the difference between me and you. You want to be like Lil Jeff, I want to be like Central C. It's levels to this stuff now.
Couldn't recover the cash. Seeking revenge, the Thompsons left a car with a Kalashnikov rifle outside the Irishman's flat and tipped off the police. The failed deal became the talk of Glasgow's underworld, and Ferris took it upon himself to restore the family's reputation by roughing up a few people involved. Took it upon himself.
Bro, they got a PS4 button inside the background, bro. This the PS4 button. You see, doop, 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 doop. They got the PS4 logo, like on the controller, on game, the little D-pad. Why they got that right there?
To restore the family's reputation by roughing up a few people involved. In one instance, while searching for a target in an East End pub, Ferris struck a man over the head with a baseball bat, mistaking him for someone else. A scuffle broke out, and reacting instinctively, Ferris stabbed 2 men in the chaos. Violence was mounting nightly, and the police were taking notice. A few days later, Ferris and young Arthur Thompson spotted another debtor while driving through the city. Without hesitation, Thompson pulled out a Magnum revolver, rolled down the window, and fired at the man they were chasing. Such was the force of the penetration that the bullet entered the back of the vehicle. It plowed its way through metal and fabric into the back of the driver and out through his stomach, leaving him with life-changing injuries. The Thompson regime was making it clear that anyone who crossed them would pay a steep price. Ferris's early days working for the Thompson Empire played out like a scene from Goodfellas. Deception, drug deals gone wrong, shootings, and police informants were all part of the daily grind. As Arthur Thompson Sr.'s loyal enforcer, Ferris found himself deep in a world of mafia-style operations that left a trail of violence and death in its wake. Ferris admitted he was captivated by Thompson's wealth and power, and though he occasionally questioned the brutal tasks he was ordered to carry out, his desire to be part of the empire always won out. He participated fully in a world where shootings were routine, and even police officers were complicit in the Thompson regime's activities. Thompson Sr. had a close relationship with corrupt members of the police, often feeding them information in exchange for their protection. He controlled much of Glasgow's criminal underworld, knowing about every stolen item and transaction that passed through the city. In return for keeping the authorities informed, the police turned a blind eye, even helping him launder illicit profits through legitimate businesses. Ferris's role often involved recovering money for the family, including one instance where £50,000 had been stolen during a drug deal. The Thompsons tasked Ferris with saving their reputation, leading to a spree of beatings and stabbings as he sought revenge. One incident came to a head at a set of traffic lights when Ferris spotted a man who had supposedly threatened to shoot him. Seizing the moment, Ferris attacked, stabbing the man repeatedly before being bitten by the man's dog, which he also proceeded to stab in self-defense.
Nah, bro, not the dog, bro. You see, like you feel me? I don't be feeling no type of way when you do that to someone else, but when you do it to a dog, man, it's like, man, bro, that's messed up to do. But the dog was trying to do him dirty.
The man later identified Ferris to the police, but Paul soon learned that the entire situation had been manipulated by the Thompsons. The supposed threat had never been made. Ferris had been used to settle a score. His violent reputation played like a pawn in the family's deadly game. The experience soured Ferris, and seeds of distrust began to take root. He realized that, to the Thompsons, he was nothing more than a hired hand, used to execute their twisted vendettas. No matter how loyal or brutal his actions, he would never be more than a tool to fulfill their violent ambitions. Shortly after, Ferris found himself questioning just how far the Thompsons would push him. Arthur Thompson Jr. had been arrested after a 60-mile police chase, during which officers witnessed him throwing packets of drugs out of the car window. At his trial, the Thompsons were convinced a senior Strathclyde detective had tampered with evidence to frame him. Their belief in their own power had grown so extreme that they plotted to kill the detective. Ferris was approached with a chilling request to park a car downtown rigged with explosives. After making an anonymous tip about drugs,
I ain't gonna bap to you now. That right there, bro, they need to cool out on, because setting a car with bombs downtown, like, do you know how many innocent people could get hurt by that? But obviously, I don't think they care at all. I think they know that already.
Drugs in the car, they planned for the detective to arrive, pry open the boot, and be met with a boom. Now, when I first read about this, I thought it sounded like something straight out of Scarface. And it seems Paul Ferris agreed, as he's been quoted saying, "We all have our legitimate grievances and, when necessary, proceed to apply our chosen methods of destruction. But a fatal incident of that nature would have brought us firmly into line with the Colombians." Amid
You see, they tweaking with the Colombians. But we're going to end it right there, and I'm going to do the last 10 minutes in the next live stream, because I got to do something. My phone was on D&D. People was calling me and stuff. Otto also gonna pull up later too, and he gonna be inside the live stream. My homie gonna be inside the live stream with me, so I gotta make sure this stuff charged up so he could be able to hear the stuff, because it was just me using it. But we don't condone nothing in this educational, informational documentary at all. But if you watch this all the way through, I know you messing with another educational, informational documentary. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and follow the Twitch. Also Everest in the description. Link will be in the description so you never miss out on any documentaries. Okay, but yeah, I gotta charge this shit up, and I gotta post some videos anyway. But Just I only got this so both of us can be able to hear. I gotta make sure them headphones charged up and shit, so it could be charged up the whole time. Let me see what the fuck someone else talking about. Yo, what's the word with it? What you was trying to get? Yeah, we having to do shit. Go out. Alright, chat. I'm finna head out. Gotta head out. I appreciate everyone that tuned into the live stream, man. Y'all the real goats. And I'm gonna be on live later today. Otto gonna pull up and stuff. And shit. That's that, my brethren. I'm gonna be back. Y'all be smooth and stay